following is a special presentation from eStar Studios. Carry harder. Are we alone? Or does other intelligence exist? Rise above anonymous. Make unknowable legendary. No! M4. Jakarta. Who are you? What do you want to become? The universe is yours. Are you ready to own the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets around the world, welcome to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. Today, we'll determine the first two teams who are going to battle it out for a chance to Vegas. I'm your host, Assassin Dave, on the caster desk today. His hair is curlier than his magic chess record. We got the one and only sexy and charming T-Rex. We also have the manifestation of love itself in Mobile Legends, United States Supreme Zask, or maybe Nana, pronounced in Japanese, G the Ikayo. How you guys doing?
I'm super excited to be here, Dave. You know, we've had some amazing games in this top 8 series, and I got a feeling we're going to have some even more amazing games tonight.
Yeah, I'm also excited to
Absolutely.
be here as well. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. G, you know, you were just saying, we had an absolute blast series to this point. Have you had fun? Is there any match that struck your nerve?
No, I mean, personally, you know, and we'll go over this a little bit more later. Vendetta, you know, just absolute dark horse, and I can't wait to see what they can pull through tonight.
Absolutely. And guys, just a quick reminder to everyone watching how we got here today in the NACT fall season. With over 100 teams who signed up to compete, the top 64 teams were then selected based on the highest current season rank to battle in a brutal round of elimination. The remaining 32 teams then fought their way through a bloody battleground to our current top 8 in a deadly single elimination stage. As of this very moment, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the heat of the top 8 double elimination stage, where only 2 will survive and get flew to Las Vegas, Nevada. And it's there and then we'll decide your very next North America representative for the M4 on the other side of the world. Trex, why don't you go ahead and talk to us about the prize pool, about the juicy part of the tournament?
I mean, you've already said one of the most major parts, and that first place gets a ticket to the M4 World Championships. But on top of that, first place also going to walk home with $10,000 and 75,000 in-game diamonds. Second place going to be able to also take something home, $3,000 and 50,000 diamonds. And then even third place, leaving with something that's $1,500 and a good amount of diamonds. Everyone after that also, and if you look down below, $10,000. The prizes all listed down, definitely something huge. And the total prize pool, bigger than something we have seen yet. 14,500 diamonds, $14,500 in 730,000 diamonds. You can get a lot of skins with that, Dave.
Absolutely, you gotta get the Nana Collector skin for G. And G, why don't you go ahead and walk us through the bracket, exciting bracket for the tournament.
Yeah, so today we're going to be seeing the Valley versus ACKERMAN, as well as Vendetta versus Team First Blood, two of the most anticipated, I would say, games that we're going to be seeing tonight.
Absolutely, guys. This 4 teams will decide 2. You can see in the final stage of the winner bracket. That means the next time they face each other will be your first ever Las Vegas contestant. I'm super excited, Trax. Is there anything that you want a viewer to look out for in this evening?
I mean, both games definitely going to be very, very hype. I think the real game is the second one tonight, the Valley up against ACKERMAN. A lot of people put both of these teams as possible finalists, right? Also a little bit of a blood feud there. You have Zia, used to play with Zane, Chicken, and Shark. I mean, used to be team members, went to M3 together. So there's that bit of a grudge match, one would say. Before that, we got Vendetta up against Team First Blood. You know, some of the fan favorites, Team First Blood, going up against a powerhouse of players, Vendetta. So very exciting series tonight coming up.
All right, now with exciting schedule, we'll also have exciting and decked out rosters, G. Like, is there any players that you are looking out for tonight? Between the two teams, between the four teams that are going to be playing?
Yeah, so tonight, I mean, we're looking at right now Vendetta versus TFB. Some of the biggest players that we got to keep an eye out on here is Pogi, and then also Joybaj on TFB. Both of these teams are absolute monsters, but Vendetta is kind of like that dark horse that we've been seeing shine. So you got to keep an eye on the whole team in general. So it's going to come down to those key plays. Gina, Gold Lanes, they're absolutely monsters right now.
Yeah, I'm a Rome fan. I'm looking out for Joybaj. You know, that's the player, the uprising star in my eye. Trex, any stars that you're going to be paying attention to?
I mean, Joybaj, you definitely got to watch out for him. He makes the plays happen, and he plays that aggressive tank that so many of us enjoy watching. But Pogi as well, last week, brought out the Hellcurt, brought out the X-Borg jungle. I mean, got crazy and made it work very, very well, G.
Absolutely, guys. We just got the call in. The first game ban drop is underway. So without further ado, let's quickly send it over to our incredible, amazing, talented, brilliant Casters desk.
All right, G, we are jumping into game one. Definitely excited to see how these bans are going to turn out. We've already started a little bit. TFB taking out the Paquito, taking out the Lilia. Vendetta on their second ban right now have already taken out Claude.
Yeah, and I mean, we know how Gina is on this Claude, so they're just targeting Gina non-stop here. You can already see it, and it's a good approach from Vendetta. You know, like they're key targeting someone that is by all means one of the heaviest hitters on TFB, and of course in our previous games have had so many MVPs. So it's just a target ban all over again. We're going to be seeing for the side of TFB, though, they're taking out some marksmen as well, taking out some of the fighter jungle area can be, you know, put into either role, and then getting rid of the Lilia. The Lilia has actually been showing out in these tournaments right now, T-Rex.
I mean, all 5 of these heroes right now getting banned off have been showing out in the tournament thus far. And the evolution of these initial bans from, you know, top 64 to now has definitely changed a lot. The Paquito, I like it. It's a good ban. Last week when Vendetta was going up against the Simpsons, he was a deciding factor. I mean, whoever got him was winning the game. He just, around that mid game, the punch is so hard. Then we have these 3 marksmen who have just taken over the bans. The Melissa, the Wanwan, the Claude, all solid. Valentina still off. And yeah, it's been creeping in though. It's been creeping in a lot. And it hasn't been the most deciding factor. Excited to see how Ashley plays it, G.
Yeah, no, I mean, seeing the target bans, you know, that it forced them to go into that last ban into Valentina, and then TFB was able to secure such a, to me, a crucial hero. But like, it's been turned around. It could be countered pretty easily depending on how bursty your comp goes. So maybe from the side of Vendetta, we're going to be seeing a bursty comp, a little bit of a control comp, to break up a lot of the team fights. So again, it's just they're gonna have to build off of that in order to counter the Faramis here.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Ashley ends up sticking on to this, I like it. Joybaj, I mean, he can run it as the roam, but I'd rather see Joybaj as a bit more of, you know, that engage roam, that attack roam that makes the place happen. Vendetta, though, finally firing in with their picks. We have the Balmond and the Julian. Very, very aggressive picks for Vendetta, G.
Yeah, very aggressive indeed. Joy Jabaz picking up the Grok though, which, you know, can cause a little bit of disrupt and control some of the team fights that we're probably going to be seeing here. But the biggest thing that we're going to be having to watch out for is that so far all of Vendetta's picks can really get around that wall and dodge the wall, but it kind of forces them to utilize that dash for the heroes to get out of there. But we do see the Kai picked up as well. Like, TFB's team is looking very thick here, T-Rex.
Very, I was waiting for it. I knew you were going to say it. Very, very thick indeed. A lot of sustainability and something to possibly defend against that initial aggression that we know Vendetta is going to bring. I think Ashley is going to need to be careful here if she runs the Fermis. She's going to be a little squishy in the early stages, and she's been kind of prone to taking some deaths in the laning phase, and it's something I think we have to be a bit worried about if we're a TFB fan here. But it seems they've rounded that out with that bulky mid with the Akai and the Grok jumping in to the next bans now.
Yeah, and you know, one thing that's kind of on my mind right now is Shiki's the mage for Vendetta here, and we already see a Julian picked up, so we might be seeing a swap happen. We might be seeing maybe a Julian roam. So there's a little bit of an indecision on the Vendetta side just right now. So we'll see kind of how TFB responds. One of the things that they're really thinking about right now is that they picked up the Esmeralda. Right now, is Vendetta gonna ban the Dairoth, a really hard counter to it? So I mean, it's gonna come out to that ban right there. We're probably gonna see it, but I want to see what type of mages, if we're gonna see Ashley keeping the Fermis, if we're gonna see maybe another mage dive in here, T-Rex.
I mean, I think we're pretty guaranteed for Ashley to be on that Fermis. Vendetta really taking their time with this last ban here. And you're right, the Dairoth, it could really help secure Galaxy in this EXP lane. And with the Uranus already banned, it's going to be tough for Luffy to find something to deal with that, right? Now, on the side of TFB, they take out the Ruby, who is also slowly started to pop up, especially for roamers, and I think it's a good ban. It does well against some of these divey comps like the Fermis and the Grok and the Akai, can help create some of that peel. So TFB, I like the way they're handling it. Earthil does get banned out here, so another marksman. That is 4 in total on the ban list, leaving nothing really left but the Brody, the Clint, the Beatrix possibly.
Yeah, I mean, Beatrix has been kind of, you know, making its way back into the tournament scene, especially when you're in a comp like this and the bans have been so targeted onto the gold lane here. I kind of wonder if they're going to pick it up first here. And the one thing that kind of blew my mind is they did ban that Dairoth. So I feel like TFB is going to definitely capitalize on that, be able to counter that XP lane and have full control. And, you know, like, I kind of want to see what Gina is flexing here, you know, just because we've seen a lot of marksman's bans, even TFB banned a marksman. So I think that we might, like you were saying, see a Brody. We might even see a Bruno, you know, because they're looking really good. So we might see a really heavy hitter on that back line, because the one thing that we're not seeing from Vendetta is that the only person that's going to be diving deep right now, at least, because I don't know if they've secured maybe the mage yet. It kind of seems like they might be switching that Julian into the mage, but they don't really have any backline peel. And, you know, TFB's looking really frontal. So if they can get that hard hitter in the back line, it's going to be insane for them.
I like the Clint. They put someone in that back line who has amazing poke. I wouldn't have been crazy about the Brody, because he has to, if he really wants to capitalize, he has to kind of get in there a bit. And I kind of wanted to see more of that front to back composition from TFB here, but something spicy, they do pick up the Hayabusa. Now, he does have a little bit of escapability from Pogi on this Balmond in the early stages. I think as long as the Akai, who is now going to be going into the EXP lane against the Esmeralda, and then the Grok can create some relief of pressure in the laning phase to make sure that Pogi does not come in and try to invade and take the blue buff, take the red buff, they could do all right. But as I've said time and time again, TFB struggles sometimes in those first few minutes. They're just going to need to get to that 7-minute mark or so to where they can start putting pressure onto Vendetta in this game.
Interesting last picks coming in here, though. Theo picking up that Atlas last pick, which was crazy. You know, we didn't even see a Diggy get banned or anything like that. And I feel like that's what Vendetta needed, and a little bit of back lane control. Now Gina's going to have to be really careful on what they're going to be going in on, as well as Kid on the Hayabusa, because the moment he gets locked down, if the Hayabusa is not fast enough, there's going to be punishment happening here. A lot of CC from the Julian, a lot of CC from the Atlas. And you know, both teams are looking really good. Which do you think has the better comp here?
I mean, Vendetta just has a kind of really, they're just all dive. They are all dive. But before I go any farther and talk any more, we are jumping into the first game of this night. This is Vendetta going up against Team First Blood in a best of 5 series, and we're already getting a little bit of time to talk more, G, because we are jumping straight into a pause.
Hey, you know, I'm gonna take a little bit of like a shot at their drafts here. You know, like I'm not sure if I really enjoy this Hayabusa pick right now, and I want to see possibly it turn something up. And what's up, Assassin Dave? How you doing? you're muted. We're kind of bouncing around. Hey,
you know, they put me in a place. They put me in a place. I was in the Shadow Realm, but now I have returned, G. And you said it. You said, don't know how to feel about that Hayabusa, and I also question it. One thing I can say, though, with the Akai, as we creep into more of the 5v5 stage of this game, I think he can help deal with the Atlas, right? I think the Grok as well can possibly help deal with the Atlas and create the space that they need for Gina on the Clint. I think that's what it's really going to come down to, and as we creep into that phase, they can always use the Hayabusa to split push a little. So I think that I kind of like TFB to where it feels a little more front to back, to whereas Vendetta is full dive. But definitely if Vendetta can, like, if they start to snowball in the early phases, it's going to be very, very hard game for TFB here.
Yeah, and I definitely for TFB, I don't think they want it to go into that super late game, you know, just because, you know, Vendetta was able to pick up the Balmon. So we're going to probably see from the side of Vendetta heavy secure of objectives. So maybe this is the time that TFB is going to maybe go for more tower picks and, you know, overall picks in the gold lane, kind of babysit Gina a little bit. I feel like these are some avenues that TFB is going to have to take to be able to counter that heavy dive comp. They're going to also not want to rotate into Vendetta and have Vendetta rotate to them, kind of. And another thing I want to see from Kid is this Hayabusa, you know, being able to use that ultimate and just being in there and not being able to get taken out, not being able to get CC'd. We might see some key plays and, you know, key turtles taken and key lures taken if Kid can do that really well, T-Rex.
Yeah, most definitely. If Hayabusa come in, and not only that, if you know, if Luffy can help push that Balmond away and make that sort of happen, and then that chained up with the, you know, wild charge from the Grok, a lot of CC combinations. Pair that up with a shadow speed, you have some nice team fight coordination from TFB here. And I do think Gina, like in these early stages, Gina in the gold lane is going to outdistance the carry, right? Is going to definitely have the advantage in the gold lane, but that kind of brings it to what you said. They may need to keep their eyes on that gold lane, because Vendetta, knowing this, knowing that, you know, carry may have a bit of disadvantage, may really focus in on Gina. We already saw how they were banning all these marksmen. We already know that Gina is definitely one of those players who carries this team sometimes. So if Vendetta is also onto that, they may, First Blood's gonna need to watch out for those ganks.
Yeah, and one of the things we gotta watch out too is Joybaj. We always see Joybaj enjoy having this presence and this vision over the whole map, and I feel like that's gonna take a key factor, but we're already going into that heavy dive comp here onto Kid.
Yeah, this is definitely bad. This is what I was worried about. Kid taking a lot of damage there, and Vendetta already invading, knowing that, listen, it's a fighter up against an assassin. We are going to try to put as much pressure as possible onto Kid in this laning phase, G.
No, definitely. And you know, you said it best. I feel like we really have to watch out for Gina and, you know, watch out for Kid. Some of these are going to be key plays. The biggest thing that I'm seeing here, though, is that the Kai is an XP laner, not a roam, because the Grok's roam. And I don't know, they're kind of all over the map at this point. They could just be covering that left lane, but Grok's already in the bottom lane with Gina. So that's a really crazy role to go for if we're seeing, you know, Joybaj, of course, is their roam. So being on the Grok and roaming and not letting the Kai is pretty crazy.
I mean, the Akai can do well against the Esmeralda. This isn't too far left field. I think he can at least stalemate, but we may already be seeing a possible gank happen up here in the top. Luffy, or Galaxy actually, taking a little too many tower shots. Going to be able to get away from that, but Turtle will be up in just a few seconds, and it looks like Vendetta does have the position for it.
Does have the position, and they're already engaging here, T-Rex. We might see someone go down.
Well, Luffy does use the heavy spin. Galaxy under the tower. That is first blood for Ashley there. Pogi trying to pick up the pieces here. Moving back to the turtle now. Shiki also here, but down pretty low on health. This may not be the fight that Vendetta wants, but Pogi is able to secure that turtle. Shiki, though, very, very low. Pogi now into the fight. Does not have the enhanced chain, so does not get the pop-up, but will be able to get away with his life. So it's a kill for a turtle. Not a horrible trade. Vendetta holding a bit of a gold lead here.
They were holding it good, and while we were focusing on that turtle, Kid was already stealing the blue buff on Vendetta's side. So this is what I really wanted to see from Kid. He's roaming around, knows that it's going to be really hard and almost a waste of time to be able to get some of these objectives, and already invading. It's great aggression by Luffy.
Oh, Luffy though gets the pin, takes out Galaxy, so at least he gets something for that trade. A nice outplay, and now Shiki in a bit of trouble. Kid is here, has not used the ultimate yet, almost gets knocked up and does not go for the finish. Gets stuck. Shiki's able to escape and with his life.
Yeah, you know, and it's not a bad idea to go for it, especially having to deal with Shiki there. Being able to just send him back to the base was, to be honest, a good play. But we did just see that Joybaj went down to Galaxy there. And now we have another pause. It does seem like maybe TFB's having a little bit of a ping issue, some type of lag or device issue. So we're gonna see what they're possibly go with here, but I mean, both teams are kind of giving blow for blow here. T-Rex, Vendetta is still a little bit in the lead.
Yeah, Vendetta is holding up, right? But in my eyes, Team First Blood, they're holding up. They're staunching the bleeding. I thought it was going to be a bit worse than this in these first few minutes, and I got a feeling as we creep a little bit farther, Ashley now at level 5, going to be able to use that Cult Altar. And if Team First Blood can get a bit of an advantage in this gold lane early on and get these rotations from Gina earlier than usual, it could definitely spell trouble for Vendetta. But it's all going to depend, I think, on who can bring these 5-mans together a little bit quicker than the other team.
Definitely. You know, what's kind of turning our decision, you know, making that we had to go for, they're kind of going for it right now, but we've seen heavy kill presence in the XP lane, not totally against Gina, but while I was thinking about that, you could already see Theo hitting that flicker.
Oh, that is bad. Gina may go down. Yuna trying to get the finish here. Flickers in, able to take it. Now Joybaj caught in the middle of several members. Ashley and Kid, though, have showed up. The shadow kill comes in. Shiki brought pretty low, able to escape, though. Kid just wants one, but cannot find it. Oh, he does dive in, able to get the kill onto Yuna there. Theo now also in a bit of trouble. Shiki maybe trying to re-engage, does not push it too much, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Both gold laners going down up at the turtle. Still a little bit of action continuing on the map, but First Blood does not want to go for it. They're going to give another turtle over to the side of Vendetta.
Yeah, for Team First Blood, I think they're really just doing, the only time we're probably going to see their presence in the river is when they're going for the Lord. Right now, they know that they need to farm up. Kid needs to get that damage because it's going to be hard to have to deal with Pogi. But again, already just diving in and controlling a lot of the map here and taking a lot of that farm away from Kid. Gina having a tough time down here, T-Rex.
Yeah, definitely having a tough time, but it seems like First Blood has faith in her possibly here. Ashley and Joybaj a little late to the party, playing a bit more reactionary, right? But there hasn't been anything too major that's happened. Both gold laners have gone down, but now, speak of the devil, Theo looking for something, but this time Ashley and Joybaj are here. Shiki also hiding out in the tri-bush. The tension is high right now. We're getting to that breaking point where eventually some fights have to start really breaking out, and speak of it, Wild Charge comes in. Theo takes a bit of damage, but the peel from Shiki helps Theo get away with those enhanced chains. Ashley getting knocked up, so a nice disengage from the side of Vendetta there.
Yeah, and I mean, with the goal difference is starting to gap now. And this is not what TFB wants, but they are going for a tower push here, and I mean, they might have it. Even though that the gold gap is a little bit different, we're seeing that peel, we're seeing that pressure, and the farming's just there. What I am seeing from TFB side though, they have so much physical damage that I was seeing from the side of Vendetta. They were building all of that physical protection, but
Gina instantly annihilated. Theo able to catch him with those fatal links, and then he's popped up by Shiki and taken out. Joybaj able to flicker away from that lethal counter. Right now, Kid can't do anything right now. There's no damage there. He can't seem to lock onto Yuna. Finally does though, but the rest of the team is ready for him to pop out. He's able to flicker away to safety, but even there, barely any damage. The Hayabusa having a little bit of trouble scaling right now.
yeah, and I mean, I was saying that they wanted to end this game a little early, but they're having a tough time here. Kid getting zoned out of his own blue buff. Ashley putting a lot of presence on Galaxy. A heavy spin coming off, but it's not there and utilized to do anything just yet. Kid is not going to be able to secure his blue buff here. Maybe gonna go for it. Low HP goes in.
I couldn't quite catch. I think he was actually able to steal that back or take his own rightfully, but now a nice stun, big knock up. Everyone gets pulled in from the Shadow Stampede, and Ashley able to take out Theo. Galaxy could be next, will be next. A double kill going to the side of Ashley. That Cult Altar came in clutch. It's almost like Vendetta just forgot about it, went for the engage. I almost forgot about it, G, and it just came in and helped that team fight.
I actually as well forgot about it, but we do have a unique gift code now appearing on the screen. If you guys wouldn't mind, go ahead and type in hashtag NACT fall season on Facebook in the NA Esports Discord main chat. Either one to be able to receive a unique gift code here, T-Rex.
Oh, bit of a pop though. Team First Blood finally finding their moment. Kid trying to come in, and this is what I meant. Right when we hit 7 minutes, man, Team First Blood just has this explosion, this rubber band back, able to take a team fight, able to take the gold lane tower. This, I think, is when Vendetta needs to back off a bit, but Pogi doesn't. No chill, gets pinned to the wall. Kid and Ashley also here. Pogi is very tanky though. Shadow pulled back under the tower, but gonna be able to get away from this. Knockup comes on to Luffy there. Luffy, though, still looking for something. Gina rotates up to the mid, gets a bit of poke damage there, but now we're seeing Team First Blood get into the fray here as Galaxy takes this top EXP lane.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough for TFB, to be honest, man. Like, the only person that's going to have, I say, real viability here is Ashley on this Fermis, because the team is so physical dependent, you know, and Vendetta's already capitalized on that, and now we're already coming into the first lord here. Can they contest this, T-Rex?
Yeah, Vendetta's not wasting any time. They want to try to get this lord quick, but Shiki taking a lot of damage there. Galaxy with the fallen Star Moon. Luffy trying to get away, gets caught by the Fatal Links, and Yuna picks up the kill. Several members of TFB are already down. Kid and Luffy in their grave, and now the lord goes to the side of Vendetta. This could definitely be bad for Team First Blood here, G.
Yeah, and I suspect it. We might see that TFB is going to definitely have to turtle up and farm it out and maybe wait for this severe late game, to be honest. And they just, Vendetta doesn't want to let that happen. We do see Pogi going to hit.
Yeah, Pogi takes a bit of damage, gets knocked up, double knocked up, wall comes out, and Gina picks up that kill. Lord, though, still coming. At least TFB gets somebody off the map before this push, but Galaxy having free reign up in the top lane. Gonna be able to take this tower. Kid backs off, knows he can't do much about this as Galaxy and the Lord march forward. They're gonna have to surrender that tier 3 in the mid lane if they want to defend the top side. Akai, though, does come to the mid. Galaxy in between Joybaj and Kid. Shadows comes out, has not popped the ultimate yet. Luffy also trying to defend the top side as Gina clears out the way, but Lord trying to connect, trying to find the tower, goes down before Kid able to defend it, not losing too much in that push. Luffy, though, with the heavy spin on Ashiki. No team, though, is there to help out Kid. Maybe trying to make the engage. Galaxy with the falling Star Moon, trying to get back on the Luffy, catches nothing but air. Team First Blood just trying to defend here as Vendetta eats away at their blue buff.
Yeah, and I mean, going back onto what we were deciding here, the fights just constantly keep going, T-Rex.
Yeah, they do keep going. Luffy brought very low, but the Cult Altar help him survive. Galaxy into the backside. Does pick up Luffy. Yuna gets the kill. Joybaj also on the run in the orange buff jungle, able to flicker away and escape, and a big fatal links. This is bad. Ashley down. Kid very low as well, and the chase is on. Galaxy taking out Joybaj, and Kid will be next. Ashley all alone now, up against 5 members of Vendetta. How much will they take with this push?
Man, I mean, they took a lot of lives there, T-Rex. Definitely taking it to TFB here. They're not really able to turtle up right now, and the gold lead's now 7K, and it's looking tough for TFB. The snowball is definitely initiated from the side of TFB. We need to see them. They have to turtle up. They just don't have the damage. Looking at the items right now, the only thing that we're seeing is that, you know, Ashley had to go a little bit for more of the defense. Doesn't have too many damage items on this Fermis, and we already seeing a pause come by. Joybaj again. I'm thinking we might be seeing some technical difficulty from TFB, and this might be playing into a major decision factor on how hard they're being pushed here, T-Rex.
I mean, I don't know. I think they're playing a decent game, and first pause was by the side of Vendetta. So I don't want to exactly, you know, throw in the bell, as in that's the reason why. I don't want to take anything away from Vendetta here, because they're playing a great game, especially Yuna right now on the carry with a 2,000 gold lead over Gina right now. Has almost every item locked in, dealing a lot of damage. Yuna's been just picking up kills left and right, and with the support of Galaxy landing these falling star moons and the rest of her team making the plays, she's just able to get in there and just shred them down, finish them off. So the dive composition that we're seeing from Vendetta right now is working so well, and there's just not enough damage to deal with that front line. For TFB, they just can't take out Pogi. They just can't take them down to even get to Yuna right now. Yeah,
and I mean, two of the biggest things that I feel like are, you know, like changing factors that we're not seeing from TFB is the Cult Altar's not able to secure too much. They're getting burst down by Vendetta's heavy burst comp and push comp here. So, I mean, like you were saying, they really wanted this game early, and Vendetta's looking good. They're scaling, you know, they're taking buffs. Even Kid was not even able to secure that red buff right there. So we need to see some type of, you know, comeback from them, but they're kind of in a tough situation here that they're not able to, you know, give anything, and there's a heavy spin to kind of zone them out.
Yeah, Luffy may have used that a little bit too early, maybe a little nervous. Now Yuna onto Luffy. Lord does go to Pogi there, and Vendetta gonna keep on marching forward. Joybaj forced to back off, gets a wild charge, able to knock up Galaxy. Shiki also looking for something. In comes Theo. He's a fast boy, just waiting to lock that fatal links onto somebody. Green dots on the side of Vendetta. Ultimates ready to go. G. Lord will be coming soon.
Yeah, and I mean, like you were stating during our pause, Yuna is fed, absolutely killing it. And I feel like that's one of the things that we suspected, you know, Gina to have a little bit of a better like go at a carry here with the Clint, but it just didn't pan out right. And I kind of got to contribute that to maybe Joybaj. Like, I haven't seen too much. An Akai roam might have been better.
Big falling star moon though. Lord does get the crash into that middle inhibitor. Shiki with the knockup. Big fatal links onto several members of Cult Altar. Able to come in though and help out Luffy. Pushing Yuna aside, trying to create space for Gina to take out the Lord. Gina able to do it, but Luffy does pay the price for that. Yuna able to pick up the kill. Gina also goes down. Kid coming from the backside, not able to get on the Galaxy there. Too much shield, not enough damage. The knockup and the fatal counter. Pogi able to get that one down. 3 members down. The base will fall next as Vendetta locks on. Game 1 going to the side of Vendetta.
Man, an absolutely stellar game from Vendetta, just taking home the first win of our tournament today here, T-Rex.
A very aggressive and textbook finish for the side of Vendetta there. Just played an amazing game overall. Even for that slight 30 or 45 seconds where Team First Blood, we thought they were going to have the spike, Vendetta answered back with one of their own. And Yuna and Galaxy just played so well together that game, not to mention Theo as well. Those fatal links. I mean, he landed all of them. He never had a big whiff. He never had a moment where we were like, ugh. I mean, he was always catching at least 2 or 3 members with it.
Yeah, I would say like the big question I feel like I have, and I feel like maybe everybody has, is the Fermies now not a decent pick? You know, of course Ashley coming in with the MVP with the Fermies, but I feel like maybe they were too focused on the Fermies and then lost all track of what type of team comp they wanted to go with, and they just weren't able to properly build it around there. But you can't sleep on Vendetta though. I mean, Yuna, an absolute god on this carry this round, and then secured the MVP, was fed, and just did so much here, T-Rex.
Yeah, and look at Theo, though, in these replays. This is the first kill that Yuna able to get on Gina. Flickers in already very, very aggressive. Yuna not scared to get in there. At this point, though, Team First Blood does get a response, right? They're able to take out Yuna. Kid does end up picking up this kill, but you can just tell how much he has to struggle for it. Even in the beginning phases, Hayabusa just not really shining. And Theo, this is the, I mean, they're just slowly picking them up more and more and more. And as we creep in, Team First Blood does kind of even the playing field a bit. But the thing is Vendetta continues to be aggressive, giving no time for Team First Blood to even breathe here. Galaxy and Yuna staying in their face, even their tank, and another fatal links. Theo is just on fire this time, and every time Yuna is there, and this is where that dive comp just came in clutch. They never had to wait for Yuna to like, normally sometimes like Gina sometimes a little bit farther behind, but because that carry is more like, I'm gonna get in there, always there. Every time Theo makes the play, carry is not far away, just able to melt down, and Galaxy as well. Just a beautiful composition from the side of Vendetta there.
A beautiful composition, you said it best. And the biggest thing that I'm seeing here, T-Rex, is like Vendetta is becoming that black horse in the night, you know, just sneaking in. And you know how aggressive they were looking that last time? They almost looked just like Meta versus BTK in the last NACT. Just that aggression, no room to breathe, just constant, just attack, and they did so well at it. Having the Balmon secured every single objective, it was just so textbook.
I mean, so for anyone just coming in, you know, it's quick story time for Vendetta, right? I mean, we do know some of these players, and I was a little iffy about them, right? Because it's something I always kind of dislike seeing sometimes when you take a lot of really good players and you throw them together for a tournament. But Pogi, the jungler, ex-jungler for Area 77, Galaxy, ex-EXP laner for Insomniacs, you know, you have Yuna, also an amazing player who has played for a lot of teams that we've seen. So we know these players. I know how good Galaxy is. I know how good Poggy is. I know some of the people behind this team. And so I'm not super surprised. I think I'm surprised that they're, I think I knew they could get this far. I'm just surprised how well they're doing against teams like Team First Blood, against teams like the Simpsons. Like, that wasn't a close game. Vendetta stomped game 1 there. Team First Blood licking their wounds right now, trying to think of a strategy to come back in game 2.
Yeah, and you know, they might want to try to pick Gina early. You know, that there was so many target bans on Gina that their gold lane was just whittled out. And then TFB was picking very thick. And then that's how the carry came into a great counter, you know. And I was actually surprised that we seen an Akai in the XP lane. I felt like that could have, that was almost like a wild card, a kind of a play that like it was a gamble, as you could say it, you know. And I felt like maybe even a Dia Roth would have been better if they would have swapped Joybaj into the Kai instead of a Grok. They were definitely trying to build some type of comp there for on TFB side. They just weren't able to execute it, mainly because you got to give it up to Vendetta. Like we were saying, there was just no room to breathe, and they had to fight like 5-man every single fight, just because, you know, Vendetta had a 5-man right there on their front tower.
Yeah, constantly. Not only that, but when TFB picks up that Faramis, right, you already sacrifice a burst. If you're going to put it in the mage role, you sacrifice, you know, a bursty high ground mage. You sacrifice something that's going to just unload shots behind those tanky front liners. And that paired up with Kid on the Hayabusa, you just kind of, there just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough damage. Too much pressure was put onto the shoulders of Gina in that game, and Gina did not have enough time to deal with it. And add that on top of a carry who got fed very early, who just melts down that front line. I think it was the second Lord. We saw Luffy on the Akai getting shredded down by Yuna. I mean, that's not something you normally see by a tank hero like Akai. It normally takes a little bit more, especially when we're only at like 16 minutes into the game. So there was just no way that the TFB could handle that sort of presence right there. And I think they sacrificed a lot of damage in their composition.
Yeah, and you know, going into the next game here, it looks like we might be diving right into the ban pick phase here. They're already out of Vendetta's, you know, first pick here, getting rid of the Esmeralda. They don't want to see TFB pick up that Esmeralda. And, you know, like what I want to see from TFB is maybe a counter to that aggressive push. I mean, they had a very thick team, but they were so centered around so much physical damage. They had an assassin in the jungle instead of a fighter, so I felt like they just ran into a wall that they just didn't have enough damage. So maybe a little bit more diversity in the hero picks here that just doesn't center around one style, you know. But I mean, they're already getting rid of that Claude there, T-Rex.
Yeah, and I one thing I like about Vendetta right now, they just keep continuing to grow on me, even in, you know, now we're jumping to the second bans, and they're already changing it up a bit. Like you said, they ban out the Esmeralda, something that Galaxy played very well last game, but it just shows they're thinking some steps ahead here. They know that they're not going to prio this Esmeralda up front. They want to try to prio something else, and like you said, they don't want to give that over to Luffy here. They know that Luffy had a bit of a rough game there on the Akai, and they're still respecting his skill on some other heroes, but this also means that they have a plan for what they're going to put Galaxy into. Like, we know we can either put him on the Uranus, maybe the Dairoth, maybe the Thamus, a lot of options for him in that EXP lane. Now with the Wan getting banned out, more and more marksmen have really just joined this first banning phase, and I'm wondering, you know, we barely get to see the Claude anymore. Gee, it's kind of a missed hero at this point.
Very, you know, I mean, just kind of got put into that ban pool, and, you know, it's kind of like the Valentina, you know, like there's so many people that are really good at Claude because they've been practicing him. He's been in the meta for a while now. So just everybody's so good at him. He's a clutch hero to pick. And most of the time, if you can't get him, you got to get rid of him. And the biggest things that we see in a lot of tournament play is that the marksman doesn't really get to pick first. We hardly ever see it. And when we do, it normally spells problems for that person just because they can now be countered. So if we do see an approach like that from TFB, that they might have to do it just because of how heavy that they're focusing on marksmen here, T-Rex.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if like the Claude or the Wan got left open, it may get picked up pretty quick. But you're right. And with these three marksmen consistently getting banned, it hasn't really been the prio, at least not for first phase. I do agree that I think it can be important to pick one at this point, because so many marksmen get banned out, to pick one up in these first three picks at some point. Because if you don't, like you said, you're really could just get targeted down and left with something that maybe you're not comfortable in. So now Valentina and Fermis both open on the field, two heroes that have now, they're free to play at this point. And also, they're not as scary, and this is probably one of the most excited things I've been. I mean, look at that. Lilia picked up first pick. Vendetta is just proving they are not worried about the Fermis. They're not worried about the Valentina. They've been beating it. They've been competing against it, and they know what they want to run, and they've been running it very, very well.
Yeah, and it's quite interesting. I want to see how TFB responds to this. You know, if they pick a heavy dive comp like we've seen, or a heavy frontal presence, this Lilia is just gonna just eat away. I do like that they opted to go for the Kai and the Julian here, because they can possibly stop and control the Lilia. But you know, like you were saying, the Valentina's still open, the Fermis is still open. I don't think we're gonna probably not see it from Vendetta, but we could see that Fermis, you know, roam. But I mean, there's still a lot on the table here.
Yeah, but you know, this may be the first game we don't see them banned or picked up. Vendetta now locking in that Uranus, and I think it's a good idea for TFB to pick up an EXP lane soon. They need, so you don't get stuck again, you know, putting a Kai over there, something like that, because we already know Vendetta now, if no EXP lane is picked for TFB, they're gonna hammer into it. You know, they're gonna ban out a lot of the options. Yuna picking up the Clint now, but back to Kid on this Julian. I'm wondering, you know, they decided to put the Akai over in the XP lane last time. I'm wondering if it's going to be a roam this time. Are we going to see it as a jungler, or is Kid going to run this Julian as a jungle instead?
You know, I think it's going to be a jungle. You know, just Joybaj already picking up the Akai. It kind of seems to fit what they're going for right now. And I do like that since they dived into their second, TFB is second pick right now, you know, so they were able to secure their gold before the second ban phase. The gold lane, Gina, I felt like that was a good ideal to go for, especially since Yuna's already picked their gold lane, and that it's just something it's good to see here. They're banning out that Atlas already, trying to get rid of a lot of that diving into the back. And I think it's going to come down to, you know, the last two picks by Vendetta. They're going to have some type of backline peel to be able to dive in, or even jump onto Gina on this Ethereal, you know, just being able to dive around and, you know, shoot and run at the same time is going to be, I feel like, one of the decision factors for TFB to maybe make a comeback here and 1-1 it.
Dive on a Gina. Someone needs to put that on a shirt. Definitely a good way to put it. And you're right. Aerothel's just taken the meta by storm recently. I do think Yuna does have the range on Gina in the, you know, early stages of this, but we've seen how the Aerothel can play, especially when you put the sprint on it and you move into that mid-end game, just really able to like you think you're diving on her, but then the sprint comes in and you're just getting shot in the face while trying to catch up to this Beomyth, right? So second bans are in now. Vendetta focusing in onto these high ground mages, taking out the Farza, taking out the Eve, taking out anything that can, you know, be a nuisance to Yuna, anything that can really just drop something onto that back line of Vendetta here.
And I was about to say it, but it already popped up. Ashley did pick that Lunox. We do know Ashley is an insane Lunox player, so we're gonna have to keep an eye on two people right now that I feel like is gonna really shine on TFB. Gina and Ashley, they are gonna be huge. You know, both of them are heavy hitters, but again, you know, like, who's gonna, Joybaj is probably gonna be the one trying to look for those angles, look for those flanks to be able to get back into the back line on Yuna. We're gonna have to see that from Joybaj here. And, you know, from the side of Vendetta, again, it's kind of coming down to who they're going to decide here as a jungle, because Kid picking up the Julian is a good secure. You know, Ballmon's off the table, so you don't have the objective control that you had last time. But, yo, they pick up Karina.
Yeah, Pogi picks up the Karina, and Theo as well with the Lolita. So Pretty bulky front side for Vendetta here. Also, some nice dive potential, some nice setup potential with the Numenon Blast. And not only that, but the Lolita and the Lilia just run well together. You get the slow from those glooms. You get that early game pressure with the stun from Lolita. So some possibilities, some possible diving possibilities, but TFB firing back with the Wrath pick. Gonna add some nice rotations. Luffy, we did get swapped up. Luffy on the Kai, so this will be an EXP lane Kai once again. I mean, there's not going to be as much damage in the early stages up against the Uranus, but still a little bit worried about it, right? Ashley does have that, walking, talking DHS with the Lunox, should be able to shred down some of the bulkiness from Vendetta here, but definitely a little bit of a different comp coming from the side of TFB here, G.
Definitely a different comp, and I want to see if now this is maybe we see a meta swap, a Kai XP lane, but we're getting into game 2 here. Vendetta versus TFB. Vendetta already does have 1 on the board against TFB 0. Can TFB turn this around? Is this the game that they take? We will find out. But back to kind of what we were talking about, I feel like this Akai is still gonna be one of those weird picks. It does have the potential to be able to set, but from the side of Vendetta, we really, to be honest, we have to watch out for Poggy here, because we're seeing the Karina go for burst, not a tank Karina. So the flexibility behind a Karina is insane. What do you think's gonna turn out here?
I mean, definitely excited to see if Pokey goes just for full damage here. Definitely very different. Also wondering how this bot lane is going to turn out. Galaxy already cutting against Luffy and not even worried about it. Joybudge, though, is kind of giving the babysit up in the gold lane, right? He's kind of helping Aerithil out because Gina is going to get a little outranged here. Something that's going to be very clutch is how well Joybudge can land these holy baptisms, get the peel, get the stuns, and then pair that up with Kid on those enhanced chains. Can they make these big plays happen? Because if they can't, Vendetta may be able to just walk right through them.
No, definitely. And I do like that TFB kind of, diversified their team. They have almost a split between magical and physical. So, I mean, that is what we like to see. Now Vendetta really has to pick their items correctly. We have that Joybudge on the Wrath, that we're gonna have to see some anti-heal built on the side of Vendetta. So I mean, that's gonna take some key items, but
oh, Poggy getting zoned in, but he does not get the pickup. Kid able to maybe get away from this. Shiki forced to use those black shoes, and now Galaxy caught in the middle of 3, forced to go back, but the turtle is getting started up from Poggy here. Ashley waiting out in this bush, maybe for the play. Theo gets a stun up against Kid, creating a bit of peel. Luffy comes in, does have the heavy spin, able to push Poggy away from that.
Oh!
This should be, Galaxy able to take the turtle though. Numenon Blast comes out, Kid does not take it, and Luffy goes down. A huge upset play from the side of Team First Blood.
A very big upset because Luffy was able to set so well and zone out Poggy. So the play was there, it just couldn't get executed. And then Galaxy coming in with the sneak and taking that turtle. If we see more plays like that from TFB, we might be seeing a comeback. But Vendetta is just not letting up. They're making the plays and getting, I don't want to say lucky, but that was an insane steal by Galaxy.
Yeah, that should not have happened. That is definitely a big mistake on the side of Kid there. Hopefully does not let it get in his head too much here. Numenon Blast. Flicker does come in and connect. This is bad for Gina. Forced to use a sprint to try to get away. Kid, though, doesn't have the enhanced chains. Almost gets killed on a Shiki, but the black shoes come in to save the life. Ashley dashes in, tries to get the darkening, but can't get the finish. Luckily, Gina will get a little bit of advantage in that gold lane now, but still, Team First Blood unable to secure anything here.
Yeah, T First Blood is looking to be on the back foot, but they're still not out yet. We still got a lot of gold plating on all towers, and you know, Vendetta is in a little bit of the lead, so I think maybe Kid kind of needs to focus a little bit on more farming, you know, and we're gonna have to see some build up for a potential next turtle here. Galaxy on the run though.
Now Luffy forced to use the heavy spin. Gets the pin on Galaxy. Galaxy may go down here. Ashley trying to get the finish. Galaxy bites the dust finally, but Pogi wants to claim something here. Shiki drops some glooms onto Kid. He's able to escape with the Numen on blast. Connects. Pogi dives in. Picks up another kill. Luffy goes down, putting Pogi at 1-0 and Luffy at 0-2.
Yes, and now this kind of sets up Vendetta to rotate into this turtle here. But the biggest thing that we need to see is that Gina still hasn't went down. Neither has Yuna, so the gold lanes could start potentially building up here. But I don't know if we're going to see a contest for this turtle. Their presence by Vendetta is just too heavy.
Oh, Joybaj deleted, and this is the problem with the Lolita in that stun. It's not a hard stun. It's an easy stun. You just press the button and press it again, and you're gonna get somebody. Joybaj needs to be a bit careful, and he's not playing these aggressive tanks that he sometimes likes to play. He's stuck in more of a squishy early game with this Rafaela, so he can't be as in their face as he wants to, especially against this Lolita holding the front side. Now a little bit of aggression onto the gold tower, onto the side of Team First Blood. They're able to defend the wave, but Team First Blood slowly falling behind here. G.
Yeah, and what I'm seeing is that Vendetta is just really good at knowing and being aware. You know, like they're able to rotate back and get out of a lot of the rotations that TFB's trying to take. So the one thing that I'm not seeing by TFB is that I'm able to excel.
Kid able to get away with Abashiki. Flickers in, does get the finish, pops the black shoes to get out safely. We're here. Theo, though, with the flicker backwards, and the Numen on blast. A nice play onto Gina there. Gina does use the sprint, may not be able to get away from this. Galaxy dives in, able to get the kill. Joybaj standing still, may have a problem here. All right, I mean, no one's called it yet. Joybaj still getting hit. The pause comes in, but he's already down. That is sad to CG. Right now, Vendetta steaming on top with a 4,000 gold lead.
Yeah, and I mean, this is we've seen this is what the third pause right now throughout this series of Vendetta versus TFB by TFB. So, you know, we were kind of like on the foot if there might be some technical difficulties on TFB side, and we still don't truly know. But I mean, Joybaj was just standing there, and Vendetta took full advantage of that, T-Rex.
I mean, it's you got a lot of the line here. You know, you have a lot of the line here, and I was always taught to keep punching till the bell dings, right? And that's how you got to play right here. But I mean, Vendetta though still playing very, very aggressive here, just taking game 2 by storm once again. We are going to be jumping back into the game now. It's 7-1, 4,000 gold lead for the side. Vendetta looking very grim. A tower goes down on the goal side, and this is going to give Yuna the ability to rotate down. Luffy going to be forced to walk away as they push now into the bottom side. G.
Yeah, and with that one tower down already, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a presence by Vendetta, and this is going to be the make it or break it here. You know, it's the 6-minute mark eclipsing into the 7-minute, and you know, the turtle's about to be coming up here, the last turtle, and it is 7-1 right now, and we got to keep an eye on Pogi here. Just Karina's absolutely nasty, zoning out though.
Luffy does get the push though. Nice holy baptism. Kid able to pick up that turtle finally, right? But now Luffy caught in the middle of everyone, will go down for that push. Maybe pushed him just a little too far there, because Theo and Shiki able to close in and take him out after.
If TFB can keep up that zonage and being able to keep the presence around the main objectives in the river there, we could see a possible comeback, because it always comes down to one lord to change the tide of a battle. You know, even though the gold's a little bit different, TFB is still fighting. They're not giving up. The presence, the play makes by Luffy there is just absolutely nasty here, T-Rex.
I mean, Luffy definitely knows his job right now when it comes to the objectives, and he is doing it well, but I think they just need a bit more time. Some saving grace for them, maybe Pogi with this damage build could possibly fall off when we creep into the end game, but that is still a far way away for the side of Team First Blood here. Joybaj did finally land a very clean Holy Baptism on the 3 members of Vendetta in that last turtle fight. So if they can kind of pull together, but Theo with the Numenon Blast, then the stun to follow up. Joybaj taken out, Gina forced to try to back off, but kiting back in, getting a bit of damage. The rest of TFB have showed up. Luffy maybe trying to make a play here. Pogi, though, keep our eyes on him because he may try to creep in from the backside. Luffy does get the heavy spin. Theo may go down, but here comes Pogi looking for something, doing a lot of damage, able to take out Luffy, and Ashley goes down next, continuing to wreak havoc. Now a lot of damage on a kid as Yuna picks up a double kill. 3 members of TFB go down, along with another Tower G.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking rough, especially with a 15-second lure, but looking at some of the items, we are seeing Gina possibly coming back here, you know, already picking up some of the key items, the Lord now spawning here. But the problem we're having is that I feel like Joybaj is just lacking a little bit. And, you know, we're already seeing a level difference by the side of Vendetta, and I think that just attributes to the kill difference here. T-Rex, take it off with the giveaway.
Oh, we do have a giveaway coming right now. Get some free magic dust right before this Lord dies. All you got to do is use the code on the screen, and the redemption link is in the description. Only the first 50 users. Last week we ran out of these things quick, so make sure you do it and then come back as fast as possible before this Lord gets taken. Now, Luffy Kid trying to create some space here, but Galaxy doing an amazing job of zoning away, and there's no way that they can get to the Lord. Yuna ends up picking it up. No retribution needed, G.
No, not at all, but we are seeing a possible play here. Gina trying to take out a tower while the conceal does come out. It does it. They do secure the tower and are able to get out. So, you know, these are the little split pushes that we need to see because they are lacking. They weren't able to secure that Lord, but they are pushing in the lanes. But, you know, Vendetta looking really good. They're already splitting up, already controlling these lanes, and getting ready for probably one of the fiercest Lord push we've seen. Let's see if they can do it better than they did last time.
Yeah, Team First Blood gonna need a little bit more than some split pushes here and there. They may need a miracle as Pogi is closing in with this damage build, doing so much damage to Luffy, doing so much damage to the rest of this team. Now they are pressing in. Vendetta has a Vendetta, and they're coming for Team First Blood. The first tower goes down, and no ultimates used just yet. Theo still has this Numenon Blast ready to go. Team First Blood huddling inside their base, waiting for the Lord to close in. Connects onto the tower. Theo brings out the Numenon Blast, does land onto Luffy. The heavy spin is nulled, and now Vendetta's making their strike. 1 member down, 4 more to go. Shiki and Galaxy trying to get past this tower. The first inhibitor falls, and Vendetta continues to move in. Pogi dives in, puts some damage onto Joybaj there. A nice knockup from Kid, but still not enough. Gina brought down to half health with 1 shot and forced to go back to base to get some of that health back. But Vendetta got what they came for. They took an inhibitor, and now they're going to take the jungle.
Yeah, they're gonna take the jungle, and like you were saying, they got what they came for. They cracked into TFB's base, so this is gonna be a holdout. They're gonna have to. TFB's gonna. They're on the back foot right now, 13-1. We just haven't seen anybody be able to secure anything. And like you were saying, Pogi is just absolutely shredding through all of TFB, and I mean, you got to give it up to it. Even Yuna doing really well. We do see a conceal play possibly diving into 2 teams, stalemating. They're building their tents right now and camping out into the bushes. Let's see what type of plays they can make. But TFB is really wanting to do something here. They're freezing lanes already, trying to force TFB out of their turtle mode. What do you think TFB can do here?
I don't know. Wait and pray at this point. We have an 11,000 gold lead. Shiki almost taken out there, forced to use the black shoes, but now Vendetta will strike back. Heavy spin comes in to try to create peel, but will it be enough? Galaxy does get stopped there, so Team First Blood able to keep them at bay for now. Lord now up. Pogi gonna start working on this, and Team First Blood does not have an answer, but they know it's crunch time. They know they need to show up in these dire moments. Luffy is here, doesn't have the ultimate quite yet. If he can buy a few more seconds, maybe he can zone Pogi away from this. But Theo with Uman on blast, it does connect on a Joy Bunch. Joy Bunch gets the lead of the killing spree, goes over to Shiki, and Pogi picks up the monster. But watch out for Kid here, hiding out in the tri-bush, gonna try to dive in. Can he pick it up? Pogi takes it, and now Kid very badly situated. 3 members down, a double kill to Pogi. Galaxy holds the front side. This could be the end for Team First Blood. Well, the end of game 2 at least, because we still will have more, but Vendetta will keep on pressuring in. 3 waves ready to come, and a Lord coming soon, G.
Definitely. TFB was praying to the retry gods right there to hope and pray to possibly steal a Lord to get a little bit of breathing room, but they're not able to. The second Lord is now a Luminous Lord. It is going to be barreling down onto TFB here. I just don't know if they have the base defense to control this. All of Vendetta's almost already 15 when the TFB is not, but they're engaging.
Luffy gets the heavy spin. Yuna may go down here. They're able to take one. A good play. Ashley picking up that kill, but now the Lord encroaching in. Another inhibitor does go down. Kid just trying to defend it. The Lord has not connected yet. Will get melted down, but Shiki picks up Joy Bunch. Next will be Gina, and the base is down to 50%. Galaxy taking a lot of damage here. Ashley trying to get the finish. Galaxy goes down, but another wave of minions is here. Luffy and Ashley against the world. The stun comes in, and the triple kill for Pogi. Will they make it a quad? Yes, a maniac. And then the base, Vendetta takes game 2.
My God, Vendetta absolutely excelling again at the second game. The pressure was on for TFB, but Vendetta does secure it. We will be going into game 3. And I mean, Vendetta's just looking so good here, T-Rex. The chemistry, the communication. TFB's just been put on that back foot, and they just, I don't know if they know what to do at this point.
It definitely seems like they are in shambles, and Vendetta is taking complete advantage of it. Vendetta is just continuing to put pressure on. The fact that Pogi went for a all damage build there just shows how aggressive they want to be. This is not something you see very often anymore, right? It's not something you see all the time, but Pogi once again surprises us by getting a little bit spicy and bringing the heat to the table, and Team First Blood unable to compete with it.
Not at all. I mean, we don't see any MVP from Team First Blood. I mean, they were hardly able to secure much, but from the side of Vendetta, Shiki on the Lilia, this is why it was banned in the very first game. A 21 KDA, just an absolute monster. That, I mean, there's nothing to say about it. It was just the disaster for TFB.
And Theo as well with some amazing Numenon blasts. And this is just a point, right? Look how many people it took just to get Galaxy, but then all their ultimate, all their utilities are wasted. Pogi tries to dash out, but Theo is here. And look at this Numenon blast. Pogi sees it, dashes in, takes out Luffy, and it just goes to show the past 2 games, they have all been on fire. The communication is on such key. Theo makes the call. He says, listen, I got the ultimate coming, and the rest of the team is there to strike in. Luffy never really able to get the finish, but every time Pogi does, as long with Yuna, and this is when Yuna really started to scale up right here on this 8.5 minute mark, and by then it just felt like it was GG's. Even when Luffy tried to get in on this Lord and get the push away, they're not able to do it. By this time, it just seemed like it was too late, G.
Yeah, I mean, they just excelled at what they were doing. They took it to TFB, did not, again, for the second time, let them breathe too much. We did see that they freezed lanes and was forcing TFB to leave the base there at the end. but it came down to the second Lord. Hoagie was just an absolute demon, just eating through TFB, and just TFB was trying to respond, trying to get a Lord pick. Luffy in the back line trying to get some heavy spins to take in a zone out Poggy, but it just wasn't there. And I mean, TFB is going to have to step it up. We need to at least see a 1 on the board by TFB. But right now, Vendetta is just hungry. They are just, I see the passion and they're going for it.
Yeah, they're definitely going for it. Will this be the first sweep of the top 8 bracket? Vendetta not giving Team First Blood any chance to think about this next upcoming game, right? Any chance to think during the game. And Team First Blood, like I say all the time, they have a little bit of trouble in those early stages, and Vendetta knows it. And the thing is Vendetta's not letting up. And you said that Team, it's like, are they, what's going on with them? They're seeming a little bit in shambles, and I think that's just continuing. Not only is Vendetta snowballing, but it seems like the panic of Team First Blood is snowballing, right? And at this point, they're in a very tight spot. And if they want to try to bring this all the way to a game 5, they really need to take a breather. Think about this. Not only think about the game, but think about the draft, because I gotta say, I feel like Vendetta is beating them in that phase of this as well.
Yeah, and one of the biggest things that we have been seeing, even, Vendetta decided to go for, a little bit more of the assassin role, went with the Karina, did not go tank Karina, so was definitely a little squishy, but not as much. From the side of TFP, we've been seeing just such squishy jungles, so we're going to have to see definitely a response to that and see if they can turn this around. Maybe, hope and pray that maybe a Ballmon gets left open here and TFB is going to be able to maybe go more the objective base. But like you were saying, they're just not like heavy presence. They're not aggressive in that first start of the game, and Vendetta is just taking advantage of that fully. So for the side of TFB, we probably need to see something that's a little bit more early game, something that has that ability to either counter that aggression or jump back. We'll have to see what they do here.
And we are now into the third game's ban phase, first ban phase at that. Into the draft, TFB will be on the gun for first pick, first ban. They've taken out the Lilia, they've taken out the Julian. We're already seeing some things switch up, and something that's been enjoyable to see in this first ban phase is every game has been a little bit different. The teams all kind of approaching things a little bit different. Of course, the Wanwan, the Claude have been a normality for Vendetta here. The respect going to Gina, not wanting to... I got a feeling if one of those things slipped through, TFB would just swap up Gina, but maybe this is the reason. Gina hasn't really been able to be a star in these games, hasn't been able to scale up, hasn't been able to carry her team to a victory on this night.
And that could be a huge weakness to TFB, is that they just put a lot of their eggs in one basket for Gina, and Vendetta knows that. They've done their research, they've scouted out TFB, they know who they were playing today, and that shows. Whoever's doing a lot of the analytics behind Vendetta is put in a lot of work, and they again, like I was saying, you can feel the passion. They're going for it. But if this last ban is not a Ballmon, there it is. I was suspecting TFB really wanted that Ballmon, but the Valentina is open. Do they opt to go for that into the early game here? Because we've seen her left open last time and not picked.
I mean, yeah, they didn't pick it last game. I got a feeling they don't again this time, but they do pick up the Faramis this time, which didn't do amazing in game 1, but I also wouldn't say it did bad. Now, we also had to take into fact that, game 1, Keed was on the Hayabusa, and I think just the lack of damage between your mage and your jungler was just a little bit too much. I do think the Faramis is still viable. They just need to build the correct comp around it, but now with Yuna on this Melissa and Galaxy on the Esmeralda, just a very solid first 2 picks for Vendetta here.
Definitely solid picks, you know. And one of the biggest things is we've been seeing this Melissa banned constantly. So seeing this come into play now is something we'll have to keep an eye on, because it's just really hard. She does so much damage, and it has that, you know, the protection bubble that just pushes everybody away. So we need to see something from the side of TFB that can, you know, penetrate that bubble there, T-Rex.
The go away. She's got the go away. You know,
Yeah.
she's actually hers and Ruby's ultimates are probably my favorites, because they just sound like actual name. Like they sound like something you would say. You know, like she's just like go away, puts up her little bubble, right? Ruby, I'm offended, pulls you in. So, but anyways, we are seeing some more picks come in now. We have the Uranus picked up for the side of TFB. So this time, Luffy will finally be on an EXP lane that I think he will actually thrive at. I was a little worried in those past 2 drafts where they kind of forced him into this Akai EXP, and I just feel like it wasn't really working that well. Not only that, but Gina also getting the carry here. But the big worry, I think, on all of our minds is Theo with that Atlas pick. This man has been making plays left and right. I got a feeling we may see some again.
Yeah, and now going into, I mean, Vendetta was second pick. This is the classic third pick that we do see occasionally, is that Atlas. That way they can just go ahead and get rid of the Diggy. Again, TFB is kind of responding and trying to take out as many mages as possible here, as we can already see the Lilia went away early, and now the Eve. So they're taking away a lot of that control. But the problem I think we're gonna have here, T-Rex, is that, you know, Theo on this, they didn't ban the Diggy. Interesting to go for that, because we might see Joybaj now picking up that Diggy instead. But is that a force?
You know, I'm wondering, like, yes, the Diggy works so well with TFB here, right? It can to help with that. But my problem is Joybaj hasn't been shining on those support roams tonight. So, like, do we really want to force him into that, or give him something he can make plays with? He hasn't really been able to be on a tank that he can make plays with, not like Theo has, you know? And that's what I think we need to see from him. Yes, the Diggy could be game-changing here, but is it going to be that? And now, though, with Shiki picking up this Valentina, he may be forced to go the Diggy, right? He may be forced not to pick something too game-changing with an ultimate.
Yeah, but I mean, Vendetta's lineup right now is just looking way too good, you know? Shiki picking up the Valentina, that now gives you the possibility to have a Cult Altar of yourself. And not only do you have a Cult Altar, you also have a Fatal Links by Atlas. So, I mean, the potential of team fights by Vendetta, they're again just going insane. But Joybaj opts to not go for the meta. I'm not gonna pick Diggy, and goes Show.
Yeah, they're taking the risk here, right? Because when I look at them, they are a little bit squishy, right? You have the Uranus, you've picked up the Amon, a lot of damage there, a lot of pick potential with the Shadow Stampede, with the Wave the Dragon. You do have some chances there, but it's definitely a risk it for the biscuit type of composition, a high risk, high reward. Can it pull them through here?
You know, it's gonna have to be seen. And this is an interesting pick. We see Vendetta going for an Exborg. We don't see this quite often, but when we do, the Exborg normally excels. And you know, they, by the side of TFB, they kind of picking up the Amon is a little bit of, again, I think, a gamble. They've been kind of just throwing anything and everything out there. They're just trying to grasp for that one straw that can possibly change tides here.
Most definitely. Now, I like the Exborg. One thing that the Exborg should do well here against is the burst damage of that Amon. As long as he has his passive up, he's not going to be able to just be one-shotted, right? And then he also has some ability to possibly escape. So let's see how this plays in. We're jumping into Game 3 possibly the last game of this series. This is Vendetta going up against Team First Blood. Will Team First Blood be knocked down to the lower bracket right here, or will they carry this best of 5 forward?
I really want to see TFB get a 1 on the board, you know, but by the side of Vendetta, their team comp is just, it's like a dream comp right there. Being able to secure the Valentina, being able to secure the Atlas, like, and we already know that Vendetta is just, they've been so like aggressive, and that just makes their comp even more aggressive. And I think it's just going to come down to what Luffy and, you know, Gina can do.
Most definitely. Now, I think the problem is, first, for a second, Team First Blood has some sustainability with Ashley and this Cult Altar, but now that she can steal that, we're talking about some really possible long team fights. A lot of it's going to come down to if Joybush can get these picks, right? Can he find these heroes and give them the advantages in these 5 versus 5s? Because if he can't, I got a feeling Vendetta comes out on top in the overall scheme of these mid to late game fights.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and it's good. We'll just see how it definitely comes down, but like Luffy's not able to do too much.
A little bit of damage from Kid there. Shiki though here, Luffy goes down. A bad play and a good response from Vendetta. Pogi also putting some pressure onto Joybaj, sending him back to base at only 2 minutes into the game.
Yeah, you got to give it up to Vendetta. They're, again, like I was saying last game, their map awareness, they know how to counter a gank. And again, Luffy was just a little bit overextended, kind of smelt the blood in the river, but just couldn't do it. And Vendetta, you know, answered very well here. Right now, we're already seeing Vendetta secure a first kill. Luffy kind of showing presence at a turtle that is thick with a lot of Vendetta.
And now they're looking for something. They're looking for an answer up in this gold lane. Not quite able to get a Team First Blood, knowing they don't want to go for that turtle. And I wish they kind of would have committed a bit more in that gold lane. Pogi, though, coming on to Luffy. Falling Star Moon tries to connect. Doesn't quite make it. Luffy, though, in a bit of trouble. Last Insanity comes in. And that is another kill for the side of Vendetta. Luffy having a very rough start right now.
Yeah, Luffy is absolutely killing it here. So, I mean, again, TFB is just gonna have to have some type of response. They, like we were just seeing, we got another pause happening here. And I mean, this is now the 4th pause. So this is gonna be crazy. You know, like I feel like at this point, TFB definitely is having huge technical difficulties.
I mean, we'll see exactly what happens. Everybody is on the same playing field right now, right? Everybody is playing this remotely. With this pause, gives us a bit more time to talk about the game ahead of us. You know, Vendetta's really been focusing down in that EXP lane. I think they really know if they can get Galaxy to have an advantage, it's just something that creates space for them in the mid game, right? And it's something that they did it against the Simpsons as well. They really bullied into that EXP lane, and Galaxy was able to just clear through. And then as we went into that mid game, Galaxy was able to attack that back line, or even create space for Yuna to do the damage she needs to. So it's different. A lot of teams have been focusing on the gold lane mostly in a lot of games, but Vendetta switching things up a bit here.
Definitely, and they were looking to make a play here. You know, one thing, Kid does secure a kill on the Galaxy, though. That might now give Luffy a chance to breathe and farm it out. I was actually going to say something here, but we might be seeing another play. Man, both teams are just, they're out for blood here, T-Rex.
Yeah, definitely out for blood here. Only 4 minutes in, 3 kills on the board. Team First Blood, luckily for them, not falling too far behind just yet. Ashley continuing to look for something here. And with Kid getting that, big hit onto Galaxy, it means the damage can be there, even against a bulky hero like Esmeralda.
Yeah, and one thing that's been like peering on my mind is like Luffy, right? Only picking a Kai, only picking a Uranus. Roth was open and a clear counter to Esmeralda. Why is that not being played? Is Luffy having a hero pull problem? Is that a problem here?
Oh, Colt Alter does come in. Kid down to half health, almost going down. Theo, though, looking for something, does not have the Fatal Links. Blast Insanity helps secure the kill. Kid now bites the dust. Joybaj a little too deep in between too many members, taking some chip damage as Shiki and Theo continue to chase, but Vendetta changes paths, moves onto the turtle. Galaxy and Luffy have rotated up. Luffy trying to find something onto Pogi here, is chasing him down, gets the dash. Can he get the finish here? Pogi very low. Luffy under the tower, hits the first kill and able to take it. Try to use the consecration as Galaxy tries to pick this up. Luffy gonna take a tower shot, gonna be able to get away from this. I think Galaxy cannot do much. Back onto the turtle though. This creates an opportunity for Team First Blood to find something here. Theo does not force that engage, and Kid able to secure the first turtle, I think, in possibly 2 games.
It's definitely been a long one, but we do see a possible mid lane. Shiki going down by Kid. An absolute slaughter there. You know, I feel like this is now one of the gambles that are paying off. Amon already having severe penetration, as well as Show picking up a lot of the physical defense to counter a lot of Vendetta here, but the Retry comes out on Kid.
Yeah, and Pogi taking not that much damage, able to secure back, and the Fatal Links right when the Colt Alter comes in. Pogi lines it up with that last Insanity, but they're still sustainable enough. Galaxy looking for Kid, able to find him with the Falling Star Moon over the wall and takes him out. Gina also finding Theo, so it's a 1-for-1 currently. Now Luffy taking a bit of damage, but still bulky enough to deal with Galaxy. Joybaj has not made any big sets just yet. Does have that Wave of the Dragon ready to go, but can't quite connected as 6 minutes into this game.
Definitely, and I gotta give a shout out. Galaxy's positioning right there was insane. Just coming in from the back, diving in and taking out Kid just when Kid thought he got out of there. But we do see it maybe impossible here again.
Pogi does have the last Insanity. He's going to use it. Kid able to pick up Galaxy there. Pogi still has the ultimate, actually. Has not used it. Team First Blood able to get that kill, but Pogi is encroaching on to this orange buff. Will Kid try to battle him out for it? Ashley does come in. Has the Shadow Stampede. Does not connect, though, and Kid loses out on that buff there.
But they're still going at it. Luffy in a little bit of a problem. Joybaj uses Way of the Dragon, but it's not able to connect.
And now Joybaj is going to go down here. Shiki picking up that kill, putting him at 2-1. Gina, though, starting to win out, it seems, a little bit in this gold lane. With 1-0 on this Gina, she could be something that comes in and helps them as we move through this game. I don't think Team First Blood's going to go for this turtle at all. Luffy does keep vision, but on the top side, Kid will move in onto Yuna. Luffy, though, is taking a bit of damage under the towers. Galaxy and Shiki try to dive in. Pogi also trying to make a play. Luffy, though, able to keep Galaxy away, but Pogi picks up the kill, and they will move on to that tower. Luckily, Team First Blood taking something for themselves on the top side.
Yeah, great response by TFB. And Luffy just holding out to the absolute very end and buying enough time for the top lane to go. Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, nice Way of the Dragon. Theo deleted. Kid picks up that kill. So not doing a horrible job, but Galaxy finds Kid with the Falling Star Moon. Colt Alter comes a little bit too late. Joybaj does get the knockup, but they are diving in hard because the Colt Alter then comes from Shiki. Gina forced to back off. Last Insanity comes in. Joybaj will go down. 2 down for the side of Team First Blood. 1 down for Vendetta in a tower as well. Vendetta keeping up the aggression. This is starting to look rough once again. Luckily, the gold lead not too bad, though, in Game 3.
Not too bad, as we can see, but we are still seeing almost a possible snowball effect happening. And the biggest things that we are seeing is that, you know, TFB is trying to fight this time around. Gina still has not died. It's about the 9-minute mark now, which is when everybody should have about their 3rd item, building onto their 4th item. And we're going to be taking a look here. We do see, again, like I was saying, Gina's being able to secure that almost onto the 3rd item there, as well as the Fermis almost securing the 3rd item as well. But Pogi able to pick up the immortality already, which is going to be a key decision factor on staying alive here for Vendetta. But Luffy is on the run, and Galaxy.
Oh, walks right into that fallen Star Moon, but he's going to be able to distract them enough. Pogi does go down, the immortality pops. Shiki does steal that Cult Altar, but then Ashley uses one for themselves. Does have the Shadow Stampede, but does not get the pull. Joybudge able to stop Theo with that G-Kondo. Luckily, no big connection there, but Amon Kid is on the top side, maybe trying to do something onto Yuna here. Yuna's going to take a lot of damage. The go away comes in, saving Yuna's life there. Now Theo also here to keep Kid away, gets a stun, Fatal Links, and Kid goes down. Shiki picking up that kill. Galaxy now zoning for this Lord as the side of Vendetta may try to move in on it soon. Bogey taking his time though, working around, picking up some camps. Joybudge does get the knock up and the Wave the Dragon onto Shiki, but the rest of the team is not there. Shiki uses the Cult Altar once again, and this all creates enough space for Pogi to come in and start damaging down on to this Lord as Yuna and Shiki get the finish. Team First Blood, no Retry on the field. I don't know if they're going to try to make a play here. Galaxy zoning them away. Shiki dives in. Pogi takes the Lord. Now, Team First Blood with the Cult Altar, maybe trying to do something here, but Pogi continues to chip, and Galaxy takes out Ashley. Last Insanity comes in, Joybudge goes down, and Vendetta is stomping their way through this match once again.
TFB did not need to take that. They just pushed unnecessary. The Lord's now going to be coming down. Joybudge, 11 seconds. I mean, if they would have got a pick, it could have been a game changer, possibly, but it does now. Again, just keep that difference, that gap of gold being a big factor in play here. And I mean, Ashley, the Cult Altars are just coming out, and they're just gonna have to constantly run, but they're Luffy in the back line just running around.
Yeah, now Kid goes down, Galaxy grabbing that. This is a rough push. Luckily, Team First Blood does take out the Lord, but look at all the material they've lost with that push. And I like the way that Vendetta does not try to force their way in. Joybudge, though, with the way the Dragon onto Galaxy. Still not enough. Theo with a beautiful Fatal Links. Joybudge goes down. Kid already off the map, and now Shiki with the Cult Altar gonna help Vendetta come in even more. Last Insanity. Down goes Ashley. Down goes Luffy. Nothing but Gina left. The inhibitor will fall. Gina stands tall against this tower, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for the continued aggression in this 10,000 gold lead on the side of Vendetta.
I was actually very surprised that they didn't go for it, but they just didn't have the minions control. They did take a lot though, maybe even penetrating the base in a second area in the mid here. Joybudge coming into the back line.
Trying to get something, but the go away is too much. He can't quit the connection, and now he goes down. Killing spree for Yuna. Ladies and gentlemen, are we gonna have a sweep here? Not just a sweep, but the possible first sweep of the top 8. Team First Blood backs against a wall, and Vendetta does not care. They're trying. Pogi with the Last Insanity, gonna try to clean things up. In comes the Cult Altar from the side of Team First Blood, but still not enough. All 5 members of Vendetta still on the field. Minions have come. Galaxy getting the double kill, finding Kid on the backside, waiting for a wave of minions from this boss side, but Galaxy dives in. Ashley takes a lot of damage. This could be it for Team First Blood. Will they go down to the lower bracket here? Gina trying to clear the wave, but another one comes instantaneously back. Vendetta now closing in onto the base, 75%. Shiki a little bit low, but the go away comes out and the base goes down. Vendetta with the sweep 3-0, knocking Team First Blood down to the lower bracket.
Knocking them down with the sweep. Vendetta taking game 3, winning the best of 5 against TFB and sending them to the lower bracket now. Vendetta, you know, we said it from the very beginning and when we started this, that they were the horse, the black horse in the night and shining now. We're just seeing, I mean, they took out TFB, they took out the Simpsons, and they are just out for blood right now, T-Rex.
The dark horse, the dark horse, gee.
It's the
yes, they're definitely the dark horse, and I'm excited to see how they do in this upper bracket because, I mean, they just dominated. They dominated Team First Blood, 2nd place of NACT last season. So I gotta say, yes, Team First Blood did not play their most clean game. I think they really kind of lost out in some of those drafts, and also the continuous pressure onto the EXP lane, just cutting off the arm that Luffy is for their team, right? Luffy never really able to do anything in those games, and that was the crack that Vendetta needed to creep in and take them down.
No, definitely. And I mean, looking at the item builds and the player MVPs here, Galaxy, again, I gotta give it up to Galaxy this time. You know, the MVP was well deserved. Just the angles that Galaxy was coming in from, and then just the timing was so key, and being able to take out Kid, and Kid just was having a tough time. Was doing great peel, but just was getting caught every time by Galaxy here.
Most definitely an amazing game, and definitely excited to see the rest of these series tonight. Definitely excited to see how Vendetta does in the upper bracket. Team First Blood not out just yet. They're going to drop down to the lower bracket and still have the opportunity to climb here. But that is it for this series, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be jumping into a break as we wait for the Valley going up against ACKERMAN, and I got a feeling that it's going to be an action-packed series. But don't miss it, because when we get back from this break, Assassin Dave has a little bit of a prize possibly for some of these lucky viewers.
and gentlemen, boys and girls, humans and pets around the world, welcome back to the 2022 North America Challenger Tournament Fall Season, the only path to M4 World Championship. What an exciting series we had so far, and now we have one more series coming tonight, the series that you've been waiting for. But first, ladies and gentlemen, here's a little bit of highlight of exactly what went down in the previous match. Now we are gonna have Vendetta moving towards the grand final of the winner's bracket and pushing TFB in a loser bracket. But it's an exciting series, those outplays, those export supremacy. What an exciting series. First, let me welcome my incredible casters decks. How are you doing, Trex and G?
I'm doing very well after that game, and I think I'm going to be doing even better after the series coming up. But before we go too far, Pogi with the player of the series. Game 2, 11-0-5, and Game 3, 5-1-6. From the damage Karina to the X-Borg, just always keeping it crazy for us, G.
Definitely. I mean, we got to give it up to it. Pogi was just absolutely killing it that last game. Vendetta, as a whole team, their chemistry was just looking so good.
Yeah, I see a lot of people being a little bit suspicious of the draft. But what I can see is a smart, outwitted kind of strategy, right? Like when you have someone like Export, it does really well into those very squishy assassins. You can dive in. Obviously, like T-Rex was pointing out, you have the shield. But ladies and gentlemen, before we talk about that, let's take a look off the bracket track.
I mean, it's a stacked bracket right now. Up next, we have the Valley going against ACKERMAN. But what I want to focus on right now, because we know Vendetta's moving on, look at that bottom bracket. Team Gosu, Legacy, The Simpsons, Bloodhounds. And the winner of the Gosu and Legacy games goes up against Team First Blood. Those as well are going to be some insane matches in the upcoming days.
And G, what do you think about the bracket so far?
The bracket right now, man, T-Rex said it best, man. It's stacked. The next game that we have right now, ACKERMAN versus the Valley, two Goliaths that we've been waiting to see.
Now we have the ACKERMAN taking on the Valley. A lot of people actually suspected that this might be the grand final lineup. I'm not saying that. You know, we're just reading the community here, but here's something else for the community, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get Angela, Dove, and Love skin, make sure to use the code shown on screen right now. And the redeem link is in description. The only first 50 users can get this skin. From what I know, this is one of the best skins in the game for Angela. So what you're waiting for, only the first 50 can redeem this precious, beautiful cosmetics. So use the code right now and use the link in description to get your free stuff.
It's probably already gone. Those guys are quick with it. You know, I try to keep up with them sometimes, but I never actually get the code myself, Dave. Now, we got some big games. We got a big game coming up right now, right? We have the Valley going up against ACKERMAN. G. What players are your eyes going to be on here?
I mean, there's quite a few here. I mean, we got Mobazane, Shark, and Basic. I mean, we gotta really watch how Mobazane's in the jungle, but we also can't only focus on the Valley here. We do have Zia, the gold lane god. Definitely just, I would say, #1 gold lane in America right now.
Oh.
MVPs on the board, constantly going at it. I would give it to Zia here, so definitely keep an eye out.
Well, I'm excited to see Basic and Zia. This is the battle for glory, battle of who is #1 today. Oh my god. Now in the mid lane, we also have Hoon versus Shane. Those players have shown themselves with the huge hero pool that they have. They can literally play anything the team requests them to play. And that's why I think these two teams are standing on the top, the peak of the North America region right here. And that's why this game is so important. If you're watching the stream here, make sure to like, subscribe, and turn the bell into all notification bells and share the stream with your friend. This is the time. This is the match you've been waiting for. Trex, is there anything that you're looking out for in this upcoming match?
A lot. I mean, I'm definitely looking out for a lot. You know, me and G actually casted this game, you know, about a month ago in the NASL finals, right? We've seen them go at it, and ACKERMAN did an amazing job in that series. I think a lot of people expected it to just be a sweep. They lost, but they put up a good fight. So right now, ACKERMAN, I think, are here for blood. And G said it. I mean, you put a big title on Zia there. Those are some big shoes to fill. Best gold lane in North America. Can he live up to that title? Not only that, you mentioned Shen and Hoon, right? But what about Shark and Gals Cutie? Gals Cutie X Roam for Area 77 also has some great, I mean, the Raph, the Cho, plays some decent roam picks and is, I would say similar to Shark with some of those support picks.
And ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to wait any further. We just got information in that the first draft is already underway. So without further ado, let's quickly send it over to this exciting match to our amazing Casters desk.
Gee, here we are. Here we are again, right? On the draft with the Valley going up against ACKERMAN. Now the Valley, like I said, these teams, everyone has things that they prioritize in this ban phase, and right now the Valley takes out the Selena. G.
Selena's a great go, but I'm kind of having a little bit of deja vu, I want to see what possibly can happen here. ACKERMAN and the Valley both have had plenty of time to study, train up, and see what they can go here. Game one, out of there, just going for the Selena. We're probably going to see from the Valley maybe getting rid of the Masha. They might want to be trying to go for the Balmon here, because we did see in the game against Gosu that the Valley was struggling a little bit over objectives when they didn't have the Balmon. So we might see a little bit of target onto basic, but we also might see some targets onto Mobazane here.
Yeah, I'm wondering, you're right. I think the Balmond should be something banned. Mobazane is a monster on it right now. Has also done well with the Akai, but also with the Barats. I mean, Zane has just improved the hero pool so much over the past year. From being a marksman jungler to be able to adapt with the meta has just shown incredible improvement just in general. Now, another thing I think we need to point out, the Faramis, right? So the Faramis, a lot of teams have been letting it through, but Hoon may not be a player you want to do that with. This man is the king of Faramis right now in my eyes in NA. Just plays it so aggressively to whereas a lot of teams aren't worried about it. If I was going up against the Valley, I may be worried about him getting his hands on it.
Yeah, and from the side of the Valley, they seem to be doing a little bit of a target ban here. We're not seeing bans that are so gold heavy this time around. It's kind of flexing in a little bit of the tank, trying to get rid of some of the heroes that can make it or break it in these games. So getting rid of the Atlas then stops the sets. We might possibly be seeing a 1-1 played here if it is not banned. But I want to see what the Valley does here to respond. Are they going to go first pick Balmon? Are they going to go Paquito? They banned the Claude. That is by all means basic. To be honest, is the #1 Claude. So getting rid of Claude is such a hard target onto basic.
Yeah, some would even say that without the Claude, basic has a little bit of trouble really supplying the damage for his team, and is definitely a star pick for him, right? He still does well on some other gold laners and is able to be a part of his team, but that is a hero that he definitely shines on. And I mean, it's something that I don't think anyone wants to let him get his hands on at all. But with that Claude being banned out, does the Valley take out, the Wanwan? That way, Zia can't get his star pick. Now, things a little bit different than what we've been seeing. The Atlas getting banned out. The Grok, we're seeing some hone in onto Gals Cutie there. The Valley being a lot more decisive on what they don't want to have to go against here.
Yeah, and they're not following what we normally see. They're not banning out just the basic stuff anymore. They're actually, what you were saying, they're banning what they don't want to see. And I feel that's how it should be built. But both teams are really taking advantage of the long ban phases here. They are thinking about it on a whole nother level. And to be honest, I feel like the first picks here and possibly ACKERMAN's third pick is going to be crazy. They do ban the Diggy, and now, like you were saying, the Fermies is open. Does that force them to go for it? The Lilia's open too, and Hoon goes for it instead.
And I like it. Hoon's done an amazing job on so many mages, but the Lilia definitely a threat, right? Could be something, and I think it's a solid upfront pick. They still leave a lot of options open. They don't force Zane into anything. They leave Chicken open to counter the EXP lane. I know the Valley in previous matches against Gosu, they really kind of let Chicken wait until that second phase, because if he's got a deep hero pool, man. If ACKERMAN decides to go for the Esmeralda, he's going to pick up the Dairoth. If they decide to go for this, he's going to pick this. They really like to use him sometimes as that counter play. Now the Balmond does get picked up for ACKERMAN here, locked into the hands of Tarzan.
Yeah, I mean, picking up the Balmond, picking up the Wan, letting Zia secure that. This is what I'm saying. Normally, in Super Shark, picking up the Fermies, though, again, I mean, normally we don't see the gold lane get picked first, right, T-Rex? But we're seeing it now because, you know, I put that big title on Zia, and it goes to show you that Zia's just not scared to pick that first. They want their key hero, but I think it's gonna come down to Super Shark picking this Fermies, you know? Like, now, can Zia eat through multiple Cult Ulters? Do they utilize it, wait, and then, you know, bait it? I don't know. We'll find out, though.
I mean, luckily they have the Balmond who does some AoE damage, right, to kind of deal with that Cult Altar a bit. Still not going to be easy, and now with Basic locking in the Melissa, it's going to be hard for Tarzan to try to find it. You pop up the go away, and there's just no way in. He can continue to relieve some burst damage, you know, especially Melissa's been running those crit builds, right? So Evil, when we get into that, you know, late game, mid-late game, Melissa has definitely been scaling up, and yeah, there hasn't been many marksman bans coming in this game, and I think that's why Zia picks it up so early. It's been a drought for a lot of teams to even get a decent marksman on the field, but this time, the Valley versus ACKERMAN, two marksmen who every team has been banning already on the board.
Yep, and then Shin picking up a Farja. You know, that's great backlane peel, and that's the burst damage you need to see to counter that Cult Altar. So I like it. We are kind of going into the second ban phases, though. So, I mean, one of the biggest things we don't see from the Valley is they don't have the XP lane yet. And like you said, Chicken's pretty versatile on what they do decide. They are now starting to target more of the jungles. Getting rid of the Brats is really good. Even possibly getting rid of a Paquito for the side of ACKERMAN would also be another good go. But does that divide it? Are they going to be picking up the Esmeralda? Do they go for the counter? Maybe ban the Dairoth if they want the Esmeralda. So there's a lot of opportunity and a lot of possibilities.
But I like the position that ACKERMAN's in right now, right? They ban out this Barats. I got a feeling we may see the Akai ban next, possibly zone in onto Zane here. And ACKERMAN's going to get a pick. They can pick up the tank if they want Gal's Cutie. And then the Valley is forced to lock in Fried Chicken and Zane. So ACKERMAN still ends up getting the counter pick on the EXP lane. The Valley trying to wait it out, but now they may not be able to do that. Vendetta getting banned out. So we're focusing on Yureshi a little bit here, right? And for those that don't know, Yureshi, ex-EVOS NXP player, you know, a pro player from MPL Philippines, or a pro player over from MPL coming over to NA, and he has also done an amazing job. And Fried Chicken considered one of the best EXP lanes in NA, not only NA, but, you know, just an amazing EXP laner. So, but Yureshi has been able to kind of go toe with him in the past. Excited to see how that turns out. Waiting on this last ban, and like you said, G, they are taking their time.
They are, man. I mean, you got to think about it. These, again, are two Goliaths. They go for the Fovea. So, again, they're more solidifying Zia's role as that gold lane. Not allowing any of the counters to come through, but I want to see kind of what they respond, because again, like you were saying, Akai's open, Paquito's open. We're probably going to see one of those picks, and of course Esmeralda is still open as well. So I mean, they could have waited on the Phoveus ban and maybe went Esmeralda, just because Esmeralda is the counter to Phoveus. So I mean, it was something they were a hard decision right there to make, and I feel like they just wanted to get rid of it to secure Zia's footing here.
I like it. I think that, yeah, just protect yourself. That could have been the one niche pick that destroyed your team, something that Phoveus normally can be not great all the time, but sometimes it just comes in and picks you apart. Now, one thing we never talked about, Shen on the Pharsa, I think this could be something that really helps deal with basic here, just helps bring down the feathered airstrike and get to that back line, because like I said, Tarzan may not be able to do that because of the go away ultimate, but Pharsa, if Shen can find the right positioning, could definitely be extremely helpful in their composition. Now, last picks are going to be coming in. The Lolita was banned from the Valley. ACKERMAN caught between either picking up their roam here or picking up their EXP lane.
Yeah, and one thing from the side of the Valley right now, at least, is they're pretty squishy. You know, like the Cold Altar is going to be one of the main survivability aspects to the Valley. So we'll have to see what it is. Yureshi, though, picking up a Mathilda, which is quite interesting. We might probably see that swapped. Yeah, I was suspecting that, but I mean, that is a good play. It kind of shows that they're going for more of, again, the speed comp. Probably going to be aggressive. There might be wanting to end this game as early as possible.
Yeah, definitely some fast rotations looking from ACKERMAN. You already have the Pharsa who has the wings by wings. You pair that up with Yureshi and Tarzan on this Ballman. Some definite possible ganking. I got a feeling we're going to see a lot of pressure on the gold lane onto basic here. Shen trying to find those moments early on, like first few minutes before Chicken picking up the Yuzong. Talk about nostalgia. Wondering how he's going to do against Yureshi. Yureshi probably going to lock in this Esmeralda now.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and I mean, Chicken picking up the Yuzong is something that, you know, dives in and gets into that back line. And we're probably going to have to keep an eye on that, because it's going to come down to Shin's positioning and just the angles that Shin can get to be able to use that feathered airstrike to possibly take out some of the Valley. But I mean, one of the best things is that feather airstrike does pierce through that go away bubble. So again, you called it right there, picking up the Esmeralda already. Both teams are looking good, but I do have to say that, you know, the Valley is just looking a tad bit squishy here, and we might see one of the biggest battles of our life.
Yeah, I think ACKERMAN cannot get for them. You know, we've seen them sometimes, they play cautious against the Valley. And I think in these early stages, they need to be aggressive. They need to bring the smoke if they want to take this game. Because if they wait too long and Super Shark gets online with these Cult Altars, Basic and Fried Chicken are able to start rotating, it could definitely be a problem. Now, you mentioned the Yuzong. Last week, we saw Galaxy bring out the Yuzong, and this has been a dead hero for a while, but it did amazing targeting the back line of, you know, marksmen like Wanwan, marksmen who are just kind of sitting back there waiting for their moment. But we will see how it goes as we jump into an amazing series, ladies and gentlemen. This is Game 1, the Valley going up against ACKERMAN. Who will take this, G?
You know, I mean, I got it. The ACKERMAN's looking really good. We're already seeing Yureshi showing a little bit of presence, and this is what we like to see. Early on into the game, they already know where Mobizane's at. That's the vision, that's the presence that we see from high tier players like this. And again, you were saying the Yuzong, we got to keep an eye out on it, you know, because it comes down to the person that's playing the hero to be able to get in there, and then the communication with the team. We already might see a fight here. We do see Zane able to hit that retry and get the Lethal Wander. So again, I mean, we just got to keep a little bit of an eye out on Chicken on the Yuzong. Zia on this Wanwan, man. Again, MVP always going out to Zia has been one of the biggest factors for ACKERMAN here. So we'll see what can possibly go down here, T-Rex.
Yeah, Basic is going to kind of have this poke advantage on Zia in these early stages, right? But I think as it moves on, Zia could end up having the advantage as well. Shark and Hoon, just the tag team right now. Their rotations, their middle lane clear. Shen just not really able to keep up with it, especially with Gauss QD hovering in this bottom lane. Now, Turtle will be up in 2 seconds. We've seen how well Zane does with the heavy spin to zone away Ballmans when he's going against it. So will he be able to do that here and help secure this first objective?
I mean, I think it's just going to come down to the team rotation. Again, they're always showing vision to be able to know where the location of each of the members of ACKERMAN is. So Ballmon's always going to secure the objective. It's going to come down to whose retry is a little bit better. They're kind of waiting and baiting it here, dragging the turtle back and forth. It's like a tug-of-war match between Mobazane and Tarzan right now. Feathered Airstrike.
Feathered Airstrike comes down. Fried Chicken tries with the engage. Mobazane still on the turtle. Fried Chicken able to zone them away, and Zane takes the turtle unobstructed. Now he's going to move into the bases. Yureshi tries to zone in onto Fried Chicken, but we were talking about Zia. This could also be a problem for Shen. That Black Dragon, and every time we see the Feathered Airstrike come down, that is going to be Fried Chicken's job. And if he gets that Petrify in the knockup onto either of those two squishes in the background, it could spell a big problem for ACKERMAN here.
It can. And one of the things we do have to point out that, you know, I'm just now catching is ACKERMAN is, they have 3 Purifies. Almost everybody that's not, you know, the gold lane and the jungle, they're just not wanting to get caught by an Akai here. And I mean, even the slow effects, you're actually in a little bit of trouble though.
Ooh, taking a lot of damage there. He is able to get away. That is very, very close. Tarzan though coming in onto Fried Chicken, doing a little bit of damage. Luckily the pass was not there. Tarzan brings down the lethal counter, does not get the finish, but Hoon and Shark continue to pressure into this mid lane and continue to pressure into the enemy jungle here. Now Zane with the knockup onto Gauss QD. Couldn't quite connect the heavy spin though. Gauss QD may be able to get away from this. Zia looking for something, able to keep some patience on and doesn't use a crossbow tank, but you're actually on the top side. Fried Chicken taking a lot of damage. First blood of this game goes to the side of ACKERMAN and falls into the pocket of Tarzan.
It does. I mean, ACKERMAN looking really good. They seen the heavy presence into that gold lane and then responded very well with taking out Chicken. The biggest thing that we are seeing, you know, they got the first blood. But they're a little bit on the hesitant side. They're not overextending. They're not trying to make his mistakes. They're just on, I would say, the back foot, but they're hesitating. You know, they're like what you were saying, T-Rex. They don't want to be that first engager.
And I would say honestly, like ACKERMAN, they're okay with taking this game slow. They have some nice late game potential with Shen and Zia. Add that along with Yureshi on this Esmeralda, towards Fried Chicken on the Yuzong, it may fall off at some point. It's not going to do, I think, as well as the Esmeralda will. So ACKERMAN okay with taking this game slow, and now Basic in the bottom side getting taken out in a 1v1. Mobazane though uses the heavy spin to zone them away and is able to take that turtle. The Valley trying to pick up something. Fried Chicken finds Shen. Now is going to move in forward. Mobazane also here. Yureshi just trying to keep them at bay. Shark has used the Cult Altar, so they won't have that. Tarzan taking a lot of damage. The Fallen Star Moon just misses. Now Fried Chicken also very low. Yureshi picks up that kill, able to take him down. Fried Chicken at 1 and 2 in a overall 1-for-1 trade for the side of ACKERMAN.
Yeah, but look at this, you know, like Zia in the bot lane already able to secure that tower, already has the corrosive scythe, building a little bit of physical defense to counter, you know, the Melissa, to counter the Kai. So we're seeing some presence. We're probably going to be seeing maybe a lane swap here, you know, for Yureshi to go down to the bot lane, but we do see maybe a little bit of a gank now on Zia. They really need a lockdown on Zia though.
Yeah, they need to lock down on this tower at this point because now ACKERMAN is a step ahead. And look at Yureshi cutting that lane right now. Tarzan also hiding out, knowing that they might try to come in. Tarzan now moving in onto Zane's jungle. Zane knows he's there, misses the knockup, can't quite connect, does secure his blue buff though. Shark gets a Shadow Stampede. Tarzan pulled back to Basic and Hoon. Tarzan is trying to get away. The Feathered Airstrike comes down, keeping Hoon at bay. ACKERMAN definitely playing a very clean game right now. could be coming out on top. The only thing I think that's been keeping the Valley in this gold-wise is those neutral objectives they've been able to take.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and it's good to see, like, both teams are reading it. They're not allowing the Mobazane to, you know, encroach into their side of the river. So we'll see something go down, but Yureshi
is in a bit of trouble, uses the Purify though, gonna get knocked back. Hoon and Shark also here. You're actually in a very bad spot. Gonna use the Falling Star Moon to try to bounce around, but Basic does close in, hits some more chip damage. You're actually now just trying to pull them away from the middle, buy as much time for his team to take this turtle as possible. It's 3-2 on the board, and ACKERMAN is just ever so slightly behind, but with this turtle, things should be back to even.
Yep, and they are pushing into this mid tower, but the Feathered Airstrike does come out to zone them. So, I mean, both teams are looking really good, but Zia coming in, taking a second tier tower at the 7-minute mark. This is looking good for ACKERMAN. If they can keep this up, keep the stride going, they're going to be looking really good. Zia still 1-0, has not died yet. Super Shark is getting a little bit of presence, you know, but I mean, it's going to be coming down to this next Lord coming up in 86 seconds here, T-Rex.
I gotta say, ACKERMAN just playing a good, clean game right now. Not a lot of kills. Both teams taking it slow, but getting it where it matters. Feathered Airstrike comes down. Hoon forced to use the black shoes. Steel bursts it down. 70 seconds until this Lord. Now, those 3 Purifies definitely coming in clutch at this point. Zia at 1-0, definitely very far ahead of Basic. It's going to be a while until Basic really comes online. Mobazane, though, uses the heavy spin. Gauss Cutie with the Purify, able to get away. Will end up getting pinned down, though. Uses that guiding eagle, or the soaring eagle, to try to spin around. The stun locks onto Zane, but he's going to be able to escape that. But still, just when it looks like the Valley is about to make a play happen, ACKERMAN comes in. And now with them those down, that full lane in the gold side, you're actually going to be able to harass and harass and harass and help create pressure for these new patrol objectives like the Lord.
Yeah, and I mean, they're not allowing the Valley to snowball, which is something you really need to do against a ball mob. Presence, seeing the control, it's absolutely crazy. But both teams are they're fighting back and forth. But without further ado, we do have a Facebook giveaway here. What you guys need to do is type in hashtag NACT fall season and tag a friend on Facebook, and you can do it in the NA Esports Discord as well in the chat to possibly get a unique gift code now.
Yeah, but don't do it too, or if you're going to do it fast, because the Lord is already down to 50% as Zane works away on it. Zia looking for something here, trying to find a moment. Tarzan also walking in. The Cult Altar comes out. Tarzan getting pinned against the wall. Zane takes the Lord, but Tarzan continues to put out damage, but he goes down. Basic picking up that kill. Fried Chicken and the Black Dragon tries to lock on a Shen, but the Wings by Wings comes out, and he's able to get away. Now Yureshi in the thick of things. Zia looking for something, can't quite find it, goes down. Mega kill going to Basic there. It's a 2-for-1 trade and a Lord to the side of the Valley. They come out on top there.
Wow. I mean, that was a crazy turnaround, you know. Now this is where a little bit of a snowball is happening for the side of the Valley, and they just great responses. Having to, again, Shen's having to use this Feathered Airstrike a lot to zone the lanes and keep this mid tower at bay. And of course, the Lord is now going to be barreling it down. This is the moment that the Valley is going to be able to need to change a little bit of the tide, clean up a lot of these first tier towers, and make it into the second tier. What we need to see is, I just have not seen a crossbow tang come out by Zia, and it just comes down to that I feel like they're trying to bait out that Cult Altar, and they're not able to. But Tarzan
taking a lot of damage there. They dive there on top, and an unstoppable kill locks in for Basic. He is online. 1-0. Gauss Cutie forced to back off. Zane though onto Shen after the Feathered Airstrike. Shark gets the Shadow Stampede. Shen almost pulled to death, but able to go back to base, but the towers are falling. The presence is here. The Valley waited it out, kept gold even, and now they are ready to strike. Yureshi though, hiding out in this bush, does get found out, knows this is not a fight he wants to take. The Valley was just biding time, and now they're taking towers, moving in for the kill.
They're taking towers, and I mean, this is what we like to see from teams, and They're just cleaning up the map, like we were saying. They took all of the first tier, and they've done a decent amount of damage onto the second tier. The snowball is starting to form and is kind of going downhill for ACKERMAN, but I mean, they can still respond. They have a lot of damage, a lot of possibility, and all it takes is one Lord to turn the tide here. And all the teams are just 5-manning right now. Chicken coming in to zone out and take another second tier tower. You see, the Valley's just utilizing a lot of their ability, their utilizations to be able to take key objectives like this. And you know, ACKERMAN, they're backing away, going in and keeping ACKERMAN at bay, and making them utilize a lot of their tactics and their abilities. And I don't know if ACKERMAN can do much right now. They're kind of just trying to hold their towers here, T-Rex.
Yeah, and it's not easy at all. Like you said, Fried Chicken using that Black Dragon so proactively, right? Not even as an engage, but just as, you know, similar to the Feathered Airstrike, just kind of creating space so that they can secure every objective they want. And now the Valley has just rubber banded back into this game. Not only back into this game, but taking a huge lead of 5,000 gold. With Lord now on the field, the Valley still playing it patient, not trying to force anything. And this is what we'd like to see. Zia has just locked in the Malefic Roar, so maybe something, but Zia instantly deleted. That is a very bad start for the second Lord of this game. ACKERMAN, though, maybe looking for something. Shen and Tarzan decide to back off. They know it is a battle they cannot win currently. They need more time.
They do. And I mean, Zia just walked right into a bush and was ultimately deleted. And I gotta say, it could possibly be because they have a dive heavy comp that we've seen from the very beginning. You know, is really the Matilda playing off for ACKERMAN? I think they needed more of a high, like a heavy set tank. We already now have a Luminous Lord barreling down. The snowball is already like flying down the hill now. Can ACKERMAN utilize this to defend? You know, like we already see Yureshi doing a really good job splitting that bottom lane, but the Luminous Lord coming in, T-Rex.
Oh, and White Chicken brings in the Black Dragon with expert timing. He knows Shen wants to use that Feathered Airstrike, but Shen cannot. Well, that is coming. Finally does bring it down. The Lord taking a bit of damage. Zia is going to be able to melt it down, but 2 inhibitors are down. Zane, though, finding Zia with that heavy spin. The rest of the team is here. Zia looking for something, but goes down to Shark. Yureshi now onto the backside, though, with the Falling Star Moon. Connects onto Zane, Hoon, and Chicken. Basic working on Galzo. Galzvot very low, needs more health. Basic flickers in, and the base goes down. The Valley takes game 1.
GG's. The Valley does take game 1. And, you know, I actually overall liked ACKERMAN's like picks, you know, but the Valley just was able to secure the zonage, the Fairness pick. There was a lot to go there, and they just, I don't know if they could do what they really needed to do there, T-Rex.
Yeah, they had a little bit of trouble, man. And once the Valley was just able to keep that gold even for a long time, and it seemed like ACKERMAN were like, all right, fine, you can have the turtle, but we'll get a kill here, we'll get a kill there. And they were kind of winning in some of those team fights in the early phases, but because ACKERMAN was never able to really get a lead on them, the Valley was okay with it. And once they found their spike, it was on. They were able to just keep on bringing that pressure, and ACKERMAN couldn't seem to get it together. We saw one of the final things that kind of spelled it for them was Zia walking into that bush and getting deleted before that second Lord. And I think they were just a little too spread out. They needed to kind of close in, be ready, make sure they use Gal's Cutie to check these bushes, use Yureshi to check these bushes, G.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, the Melissa, this is why we see it banned. Basic absolutely killing it on this Melissa. To be honest, the KDA says 3, but Basic was just a monster. Just absolutely killing it. So GG's. Let's see some replays here, T-Rex.
Yeah, Chicken, though, continuously using this Black Dragon to interfere with the backside, putting fear into Shen there, putting fear into Zia. And this, I think, is what really won them a lot of these team fights. And with him zoning out that back line, there was no way for Zia to even get to the enemy backline. The only option Zia ever had for Crossbow Tang was Mobazane on the Akai, and that's not someone you want to use that on. This is the first Lord right here. Mobazane able to close them in as Tarzan and Zia look for something, but once again, Mobazane's about to use this heavy spin onto Tarzan and then push him away and secures another neutral objective. And then Fried Chicken comes in just to clean things up. Shen, you can tell every time he comes, there's nothing he can do. Yureshi did a great job, but just wasn't able to really put in the pressure that I think they needed. And I'm also wondering if maybe Yureshi should have maybe came back to the team sometimes and not been as much of a stay away EXP laner, a harassment on the opposite lane EXP laner. I think they needed him a bit more in a lot of those fights a bit sooner.
Yeah, and also I think it kind of contributed to that. They really focused on trying to counter a lot of the things that could have taken Zia out, right? Taking out the Phoveus. To be honest, the Akai would have definitely been a better ban in our last ban phase. That Akai countered the Balmon so well, zoning him out of all of the key objectives. The Balmon wasn't able to scale, was not able to secure a lot of objectives there. Zia was trying to make up for that, but it couldn't happen. The snowball happened for the Valley, and they didn't let up at all, didn't let ACKERMAN breathe, and then they got the dub.
And there was just no answers, right? And once the Valley got on that roll, it was GG's. Well played. So coming into the second game, like we said, we liked ACKERMAN's draft. We even liked some of their playstyle in the early phases. So what do they need to change here? I think they really need to put some... I think Zia can kind of handle his own against Basic. I think Chicken needs to be on their radar, right? I think Chicken is such a pivotal member for the side of the Valley, and they need to think about this coming into game 2 here, G.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen it. Chicken utilizing the Dragon to zone out, secure a lot of the objectives, wasn't, wasting it on just petty stuff. Being able to secure towers like that and then clean up a lot of the map was a key play there. Not only that, they also had the Cult Altar by Super Shark. So any team fights they did go into, it was really hard to center onto Mobazane, to possibly get some CC, to control some of the bigger objectives. It kind of just left ACKERMAN a little bit on the back foot. We liked their pick, right? But I think it ultimately came to that they just were playing a bit too passive in the early game when they needed to just push a little bit harder, get some of those key areas and invading on Mobazane.
Most definitely, I'm sure these teams are ready. So we're going to jump into the second draft of this series. Definitely excited to see how it goes. Now, ACKERMAN will be on the gun this time with first ban, first pick. They now fire in with the Selena. So it seems like both teams are taking this hero as an issue right now.
Yeah, and one of the heroes that we just haven't seen played, we've seen it last weekend, but the Masha. The Masha, I feel like, would be a good play by ACKERMAN to be able to get some of that vision, get a little bit of peel into the back line, and show a lot of pressure. Yureshi did really good with the Esmeralda, but it just, again, like you were saying, Yureshi just was more pushing some of the side lanes, being a little bit too solo when the team fights were just kind of happening around that point. And I think that's what kind of let the Valley scale. They had that culture, that beefiness, and they just kept going. Now we can see the Valentina getting banned by the Valley side. So we're going to have to see possibly what ACKERMAN does.
Now, we did have a slight issue with the queue up of that lobby. Sorry to everyone. They did get swapped over. As you can see, we had the ACKERMAN logo and we had the side of the Valley on the wrong side. So I'm guessing there was a slight issue on who was supposed to draft first and second. It seems like the Valley actually had first pick, first ban there, towards they were supposed to be second. So it's going to take just a minute until we jump into the actual draft, which gives me and G our favorite thing to do, talk a little bit more. Now, one thing I think we have to point out here, I know I've been talking about Chicken a bit, but not just Chicken playing that, but how much of a wonderful counterplay that Yuzong was, because it worked so well not only against the Wanwan, but also against the Farza. And a lot of times we see heroes not only come back to the meta because they get revamped or because they get a boost or a buff or anything like that, but because they start to fit against other heroes that creep back into the meta. And with Farza now back on the table and a lot of teams banning and picking her, Yuzong could find a place once again, right? He does so well against that feathered airstrike. He does so well chasing down the Farza and relieving the pressure of that ultimate for his team.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Like it's huge focus on the Farja. A lot of the mages that are heavy in control and damage into the backlines, but it also dives in and is able to like zone out and control some of the gold lanes that like to keep distances as well. So it again comes down to, I feel like, how the XP laner plays it and the diversity behind how many heroes they know how to play. You said it earlier, Chicken is just so diverse. I don't know if there's an XP lane that he can't play, you know, just putting it out there. And you know, one of the other big things that we did see as well, and we can't sleep on, is again, a lot of teams have been struggling with the Faramis pick, but the Valley didn't, you know. Super Shark pulling out the Faramis, absolutely made huge plays with pulling a lot of ACKERMAN back in, and when the Cole Altar was connected. So I feel like that was also another key role. And again, when the draft did happen, you've seen Chicken and Zane immediately, they didn't even need to think. They already had the Kai, they already had the Yuzong lined up.
Most definitely, and I'm excited to see how ACKERMAN deals with this as we move through the rest of the series. But since we are biding some time here, talking about some things, I feel like, you know, we only get to see a quick clip of this bracket, but let's break it down a little bit for everybody that's just joining in now. Vendetta will move on to the semifinals, or the semifinals of the upper bracket, right? Now, on the bottom side, though, I think that's something I'm excited for. We have Team Gosu, Legacy, and then the Simpsons versus Bloodhound. That is going to be coming soon in some upcoming stream dates. Which games are you really the most excited for, man?
I'm actually excited for if it comes down to it, I really want to see Team Gosu come back and then maybe even make it into the final winner to go back into the winners bracket here. So we'll see how it goes. But I mean, personally, I also like the Simpsons versus Bloodhounds. Bloodhounds did get put back into the tournament because one of the teams just got disqualified. So seeing them back, it gives them a little bit of more potential to be able to come back, you know? And I feel like that's good for them. And of course, what team do you like to see?
You know, I'm excited about Team Gosu as well. I think one thing I'm excited about Gosu is seeing them play against some other well-regarded teams, right? We already got to see the Valley versus Gosu, something that everyone was excited about, and Gosu did pretty well, right? I think it came out to a 1-3, I can't remember exactly, but it was still some great games, and I'm wondering how they're going to do against a team like Legacy, against a team like Team First Blood. Not only that, but you mentioned Bloodhound, so the Simpsons for me. You know, I want to see some redemption story. I've definitely been a bit of a Simpsons fan this season. You know, Gorilla's in the chat. Definitely excited to see how they can pull themselves out of this bad predicament they're in down in the bot side. They did a full 5, you know, when they played their series. We saw a lot of great games from them. So if they can pull off a win against Bloodhounds, they'll be going up against the loser of this game, which is not going to be an easy task for them, whether they have to face ACKERMAN or the Valley.
Right, and you know, like another team though that kind of took us by surprise is Vendetta. Being able to win that last match was just insane. You know, TFB now going down into the losers bracket as we've seen in that picture. And I feel, again, they're going to be something to keep an eye on. And, you know, if we see some craziness and then the Simpsons putting in their pressure, I know that you like them a lot. One of the biggest things is that they have been practicing and scrimming with a lot of these big teams. So they have the chemistry, they have the knowledge to make a comeback.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nice. Of course, I love teams like the Valley. Of course, I was a BTK fan back in the day. Of course, Area 77, things like that. But it's nice to root for an underdog team sometimes. Now, if anyone's just coming in or new to the NACT, there are some prizes for winning this right now. Personally, I wish I was a pro player because I could really use that $10,000 for first place. But I just can't compete. But first place will be taking that away, along with 75,000 diamonds for the team. But the most of all, they get that ticket to M4G. Second place with 3,000, and also third place with 1,500s. We have almost $15,000 in cash going to the top 3 teams here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a lot of money, we might have to start our own teams, 10 grand seems a little juicy there. Not only that, but a lot of money that's being put into it, the teams being able to, the top 2 teams being able to go to Las Vegas is also another huge thing. Our very first ever LAN event for North America. I'm excited for it. A lot of other people in my community are excited for it. What's your feelings on it, T-Rex?
I'm hype. I'm hype. The moment they said it, I've been hype about it. Definitely going to be there. And I think so much of the community is going to be there. I think this is such a huge thing for North America. It's something we've been dying for, right? And I think it's just going to be a lot of fun. I think it's a huge step in the right direction for all of us, not just the players, not just the teams, not just the viewers, but for guys behind the scenes, guys like me and you, content creators, streamers, people that make content here in North America. It is just going to be, I think, a hot take, a hot session on Mobile Legends in North America, and I'm definitely hyped for it. I'm pumped for it. I'm counting the days, man. I got the calendar up. I'm checking them off one by one, and I'm going to see all these lovely faces over in Las Vegas.
And we are seeing the path to M4 here. Top 64 teams offered to compete in this massive NACT. A lot of teams, double eliminations, best of 1. We've already made it to round the top 8. And I mean, all of these teams, this is what they've had to go through. They all want to take this path to M4. We're seeing it right now. The biggest, Las Vegas, Nevada is going to be a finals, and then whoever wins that gets the ticket to go to Jakarta, Indonesia.
Yeah, Indonesia, Jakarta, a great spot for the World Championships. For me, G, I feel like any team that gets there, I think we're going to support them. I think they're going to have North America behind their backs. And that's where my vision, I think, has been for this whole tournament in general. It's not about who wins. It's about finding the best team to represent us. It's not about, yes, the $15,000 is nice, but it's not just about that. It's about sending off our best to compete for us. So let's jump back into the draft, because these teams are ready. And will one of these teams be the team to represent us? Once again, this is the Valley up against ACKERMAN. ACKERMAN now on the correct side with first ban, first pick, G.
Yeah, and I mean, are we going to see it? Of course, we were a little bit concerned because we thought ACKERMAN targeted the Selena, and it was absolutely the Valley. So I like kind of how we're going into this, and we'll kind of see what they go for here. The Balmon was a rough play. They do go ahead and get rid of the Fermies, because I definitely felt like that paired up with everything that the Valley brought just kind of sealed the deal. It let them be on the field. It let them just wreak havoc and then start that little snowball to turn it into a huge one. So what do you think, ACKERMAN could do here to change some things up?
I think this first phase is very hard for ACKERMAN. I think the Valley, they have a very deep hero pool, and they feel very comfortable whichever way these first 6 bans go, right? And I think that's something that ACKERMAN seems to be struggling with. The Valley seems to consistently be able to deal with whatever draft is handed to them. They're always able to find a pick to answer, to find the solution against the problem at hand. So ACKERMAN needs to, maybe do something a little bit different here. They are banning out the Fermies. We see the Diggy go down. 2 picks. Now we have two picks that they consistently gonna have to deal with. They don't want to have Shark have that Diggy. They don't want to let Shark or Hoon have the Fermies. The Valley's still keeping it simple. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. The question is here, will ACKERMAN still ban out the Claude, or are they gonna take something else out this time?
I was wondering that, you know, because now we've seen Basic perform really well with the Melissa. So are they going to be targeting the Melissa? Is there too many targets for ACKERMAN to handle to kind of focus solely on one person? You know, they got to diversify. The Valley, to be honest, a lot of people know this is like a dream team. It's kind of hard to target all of them, you know, like you want to, but you just can't. So they gotta sometimes focus on what they don't want to see in these matches versus targeting certain players, I think, at this point. Again, they opt to go for the Claude. Do they respond to go to Melissa theirself, or are they gonna pick the gold lane first like they did last time? We'll kind of see it out. I feel like Zia needs to kind of, you know, maybe go last pick, fill something in, because the Valley is not really targeting Zia.
Yeah, they need to definitely. I can agree with that. I don't know if Wanwan needs to be their prio pick. We've already seen that there's other gold laners to pick. There's also counters to the Wanwan, like the Airthel. There's ways to deal with that, and I'm hoping that ACKERMAN isn't just putting everything into that thought, right? They need to maybe approach this draft a bit differently than the things they've done in the past. Now they are taking their time. First pick, Valley did ban out the Grok once again, taking out, I mean, literally the same bans from them that we saw in game 1. Gal's QD a little bit limited, but getting rid of that huge set potential, right? Getting rid of that huge playmaking potential that Gals can bring to this.
Yeah, and you know, like the Selena ban, the Atlas, and the Grok ban, they're trying to get rid of a lot of the control, but they did let up a Valentina. Shin able to take that Valentina. Now that's going to force the Valley to think hard about what they want. But again, being the first pick, they can now decide to go for, you know, other heroes that aren't going to be such key factors for Shin here.
Ballman. Ballman, Melissa, plenty of, I mean, literally anything they want at this point. For Zane, they pick up the Melissa. Got a feeling Zane may be coming up on this Ballman now. Maybe just thinking it over, because you do give the lethal counter over to Shen, but Shen doesn't have the retry, so that's not too much of a problem. But there comes the Ballman, so a solid already 2 picks in response to that Valentina G.
Yeah, and you know, this is what we got to see from ACKERMAN. What response can they give to this? You know, like we seen the Farja, but then Chicken was able to counter it, and I feel like that's what the Valley's kind of excelling at, is their ban and picks are just, they're so on spot and they know how to counter what they're playing against. ACKERMAN's gonna have to do something that kind of, you know, sets the Balmon. They could pick up the Kai because it is not banned just yet, and do the same thing that Valley did to them.
Yeah, but they go for this. They go for Cho with the Gauss Cutie. Now, don't get me wrong. I like him on this pick. The problem is it's not going to be easy to get to basic on this Melissa. Zia now bringing in the Wanwan once again. Now, will Chicken still pick up the, you know, the Yuzong here, or does he go for something a little bit different? Hoon now locking in the list, so pretty similar draft to the side of the Valley. ACKERMAN definitely changing things up a lot. The Akai now getting banned from the side of the Valley. They're going to focus in onto Tarzan and not leave him much to deal with Zane.
But I mean, the Paquito is still a possibility. A strong jungle we've seen. We haven't seen today, but we've seen in the past. Hoon picking up the Lilia again. I mean, right now, the Valley's like building, you know, something that we see all the time, like some heavy hitters. Again, like you were saying, I think the Cho might be a gamble here. They do opt to go for the Phobius ban once again. You know, well, I wonder what Chicken's going to respond with here. You know, Boba Zane, we already know, is going to be the Balmon. They're banning out a lot of tanks here, so maybe we might see Shark going into a support role, picking out maybe a Raph or a Matilda with the comp that we're seeing here.
I don't think Chicken's too worried about it. I think Chicken can pretty much play whatever and at least stalemate Yureshi at this point. So I'm wondering, you know, the Phoveus ban, not bad, because does, I mean, right now counters all 3 heroes on the side of ACKERMAN. But I think after that, I don't know if they should keep drilling into Chicken. I think take something away from Shark here. Take away a possible tank that could give you a problem. Maybe the Matilda. Shark does play an amazing Matilda, and you know, possibly. I mean, the Lolita, yeah, for sure. So you're limiting that down. I like it, but now Tarzan, like, what does he fall to here? Does he go to the Karina like we've been seeing recently? Does he go to the Barats?
You know, I mean, solid picks and solid choices. I mean, they do have a couple possible opportunities. This is something that we've been seeing quite often, though, T-Rex. We did just see Chicken pick up a Julian. Now, we know that's going to be probably an XP lane Julian, which has been kind of falling into what we've been seeing on some of these. Yureshi picking up a Vendetta, though. Vendetta did get banned out last time. Maybe a little bit of a target ban at Yureshi. I'm not too familiar with his hero pool, but I feel like that is something he definitely picked because he excels at.
Yeah, it definitely excels at it. And the Vendetta is not something we see all the time, but with the players that can use it, sometimes we see it to deal with the Esmeralda. You can be very, very proactive on it. You get those rotations in, you can make some plays happen, and you can move in and out of these fights. Now, Fried Chicken with the Julian, I think it's a solid pick. And this just goes to say even more of his hero pool, right? And he makes this EXP lane Julian work. And not only does he make it work, but they take it away from Tarzan with that. He could have picked up the Esmeralda. He could have picked up something that he really thrives on, but instead he goes for this Julian that he still thrives on, which is also a huge takeaway from ACKERMAN. Now, Tarzan picking up the Karina, no? Are we going to see a damage Karina like we saw in Bogey earlier?
I think so, definitely. But the Valley did end up picking up, like I was thinking, Super Shark going on the Matilda, being more of that support role. This is kind of what ACKERMAN was trying to do before, was have you know, that mobility comp, but they just weren't able to utilize it to the fullest. I think the Karina is definitely going to be a damage build here. We'll kind of see it out, though. A lot of the team is, again, on the side of ACKERMAN's a little bit on the squishier side, definitely more of a mid game for them. So we'll see how things turn around for them. But I'm liking the Valley's lineup. It's looking like textbook.
I mean, the Valley does have a strong lineup. They are, like, you know, they're also a little bit squishy here. So the damage build Karina could possibly work, but I feel like with Shen and Zia, they do have enough damage, and even Yureshi in these early stages can put out a decent amount of damage, but only time will tell as we jump into game 2 of the Valley up against ACKERMAN. The Valley does lead this best of 5 series with 1 match. Can ACKERMAN come back and give us a dead even?
Maybe. We already seen Yureshi put a lot of presence down on this XP lane, but Chicken responded very well. Gau's Cutie, again on this show, I feel like we're going to have to definitely watch the angles and just where Gau's Cutie is coming in and out of. If we got to look and possibly see some win comps here from ACKERMAN, I think it's going to lead up to Gau's Cutie hitting some of the Way of the Dragon, Shin being able to steal maybe the Soaring Eagle, maybe even the Black Boots from Hoon to have that sustainability to survive in some team fights here. Of course, the Valley's win condition here is just kind of protecting the Balmon and just continuing to take objectives. That's what Balmon Secure is just so well at. And again, Mobazane just invades a lot on the enemy's jungle, so maybe also showing presence and, you know, taking and controlling Mobazane.
And Gau's Cutie does, one of the things he does well here is what we're seeing him do right now. You know, give vision, create pressure into the enemy jungle. And last game we saw the Valley with Hoon and Shark doing that regularly, but this time ACKERMAN taking the step, taking the initiative on that. Now, like you said, yes, Valley just great overall at getting objectives, even without this Ballman. But Zia in a bad spot here, doesn't have the crossbow tank, so can't quite come back. But Zane does miss the lethal counter and can't get the finish here, but that is going to be a bit of gold plating going over to the side of Basic.
Yeah, and I mean, now Tarzan kind of set up to maybe take the turtle, but I think Mobazane would be back in enough time here. Super Shark giving vision. I mean, what? Oh, wow. Not even going to go for the turtle here. Let's Tarzan go for it. Mobazane kind of just holding his own here. And didn't want to go for it. It's interesting that he decided to just go for his blue buff. And I think that's because they don't... Tarzan is invading, you know, like that's what the Karina does best. But the biggest thing that we do have to point out is that the Karina is a tank Karina. It's actually not damaged. So I think that's an interesting take here. You know, like you were saying, their team comp was looking a little squishy. So having that extra bit of oomph is going to be good.
And now back to that turtle, right? I think this is one thing I really admire Zane for, in a sense, is if he doesn't feel like they have the advantage on it, or he feels like the other team has too much of an advantage on it, he'll make the shot call, say, hey, we're not going for that turtle. They have a really good positioning on it. Yureshi was kind of zoning them away. Shark was down to a half a bar of health. They just, you know, and he made the call, and I think it's a good call on a lot of teams. You know, you see the teams that do that sometimes, and the thing about it is the Valley's still holding a gold lead right now. So they're not... It's something that they're able to do and not lose out on right now. Yes, it's not a huge gold lead, but still, it is a big difference, like, to be able to do that, to be able to give up that neutral objectives and still stay on top.
Yeah, and I feel like that's what a lot of people don't really do. Like, look at the... they were just too thick still going at it right there. Couldn't really do much. But, again, I feel like not a lot of jungles really... utilize their full kit to stop the other jungle. It's a jungle war out there, and I mean, you can see it. Tarzan already going to, you know, get some of Mobazane, but the way of the dragon.
Way of the dragon, and the black shoe's already been popped. Tarzan gets first blood. A nice pick from ACKERMAN there. Gauss Cutie really waited out those black shoes and was able to find the play, G.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what I was saying from the side of ACKERMAN, and that's one of many steps we need to see, but we have a giveaway here, T-Rex.
Yeah, giveaway does come in. Make sure you put the link in, go to the link in the description and put in that code, but a fight is on, so don't leave just yet. Turtle does go to the side of the valley there, but like I was saying, use the code on the screen, go to the link in the description to redeem it. Zia now, though, with the crossbow. Tang does get it off. Basic taking a bit of damage. Can't quite get the finish, though. Zia now circling Eagle onto him and gets the kill. This is rough. Zia down, gold laner down, 1 for 1 on the board.
A 1 for 1. I mean, this is good. And like you were saying early on, you know, like, Mobazane, what he excels at is being able to keep the gold lead in the jungle, at least, just right neck and neck when they need to. But looking at items here, Basic almost chicken though, going down by Tarzan.
That's a good play. So they're answering back and forth, G. But now Zane and Tarzan going at it. Tarzan brought a little bit low here. Moon coming to back up, but Shen and Yureshi are also coming from the backside. Yureshi trying to close in, see if he can find a target. Circling Needle comes in, off the map. Basic goes down, Zia picks that up, but Yureshi now in between several members, takes a bit of damage, able to back off though. And now we're back at a stalemate, but ACKERMAN is leading on the board in kills, and the gold is slightly moving to their side.
Yeah, and I mean, that'd be what they have to do to turn this around. Another thing that I gotta point out here is that, you know, Zia's not looking too bad, you know, does have 1 death, and the team's kind of focusing on him. But again, Tarzan's also looking equally as good. The Karina tank is still in meta, it seems, you know, able to put a lot of pressure and secure some of the kills. You did say it early on that the Valley was looking a little squishy. Personally, I think maybe if a little bit of damage, maybe go a high bid Karina, we might see some crazy plays here. Tarzan, we might see a fight though.
Yeah, Turtle is back up. Zane gonna start working on it a bit. Shen dancing around looking for something. The knockup does come on to Shen though. Chicken trying to find something. Black Shoes pops though from Shen, steals that away from Hoon. Now Guiding Eagle onto Gauss Cutie. Lethal counter comes in, but Zia takes the turtle. Nice way of the dragon onto Zane. Zane taking a bit of damage. Gauss Cutie with the G Kondo gets the knockup. Tarzan tries to get the finish, but can't quite connect. No kills on the board, but the turtle does go to the side of ACKERMAN. One more thing, we saw the lane swap after Basic gets solo killed. They move him down to the EXP lane. It's now Fried Chicken going against Zia on the top side.
Yeah, and I mean, by the Valley needs to respond and maybe do a swap as well. But I mean, Yureshi's kind of holding his own against Shark and Basic down there, and we already seen a tower take. Mobazane barely made it out with so much health, and he might be going down here. But Yureshi's also in trouble. There's a lot of ACKERMAN just everywhere. I don't know if they really have any clear goal here, T-Rex.
I mean, they're keeping pressure on right now. Gold still out of even, but this is around the phase that we saw last game when the Valley, they kept it even. Yes, they were behind in kills, but they got that power spike and they really started to hammer in. Both teams down one tower, but Fried Chicken continues to harass the top side. And I think you're right. I think Zia may need to move around a bit because he's forced to keep on coming back. Wait a second, nice way the Dragon onto Zane. This could be bad for Zane. Zane trying to get away, dashes to the wall with the lethal counter, but Tarzan picks up the kill. A nice play from ACKERMAN once again, but still, they need to find some objectives now with this take.
Yeah, I mean, they do have the opportunity to possibly maybe push mid lane here, but they have to rotate up to, you know, keep Zia at bay. Again, normally when we see a big pick like taking out Mobazane, taking out the other team's jungle, we should see an objective be taken, and we did. You know, Yureshi, the bottom lane, able to secure a tower, and that's what we love to see. You need to do that. Anytime you take a pick like that, you need to take a major objective. It might not set them up for the Lord, but we might see it here, T-Rex.
Yeah, they are starting to work on it a bit as the side of the Valley kind of peeks their eyes out. The problem is Shark is already about half a bar down. Yureshi gonna keep him back. Shark taking a bit of damage, uses a circling eagle onto Shen, but he's just too deep. They are gonna be able to pick that up. Shen finding the kill. Zane looking for something as Tarzan continues to work on this Lord. Zane though, coming around the side. Zia knows he's there. Gonna try to get these weakness points and get that crossbow tang off. Can't quite find it. Finally does. Gauss Cutie gets the kill. Zane goes down. Lord goes to the side of ACKERMAN. Now they are on a roll. Another tower will fall. 3 towers down for the side of the Valley, but ACKERMAN is not done yet. Gauss Cutie looking, searching, hunting for one more pick. He does have that Way of the Dragon ready to go, so we're going to need to keep an eye on him up in the top side, though. Fried Chicken does get the knock up. Main Hoon holding the front side. Lord still coming down the bottom, and Zia is working his way there. They're going to try to get some more material. They're going to try to get some towers out of this push, G.
Yeah, and all of ACKERMAN, their full team's up. They have all of their utility available, and Gauss Cutie hit a Wave of Dragon on Super Shark. Not quite sure what that was about, but did attempt to go for it. I think maybe the Lord was a little bit useless here.
I mean, they take the middle tower. They do a little bit there, but not able to really, you know, get that much out of it. What I can say that is they secured themselves in this gold lead. They conserved themselves. They held themselves not only in a gold lead, but on the map. They've now taken control of the Valley's jungle a bit. They've taken control of pressure, and they've put themselves at a decent lead here.
I mean, you can definitely tell ACKERMAN's team fight in this time. It's 7-1 right now. The Valley having a hard time getting picks. Mobazane's been constantly getting soloed out here. And the biggest thing is that I have to point out is Gauss Cutie. This is what I said in the very beginning. We needed to see Gauss Cutie on this show utilize the Way of the Dragon, get into those angles to utilize it to give the teams picks. And they're excelling at that. Now, the side of the Valley, they're having a little bit of trouble securing some of the major objectives. Zia was able to take that last Lord, and it was just insane. You know, zoning out Mobazane and him just being soloed out has been one of the bad factors right now of the Valley. Like, look at him. He's just there. Where's the team? Shark's not kind of, you know, being there. And I feel like Chicken's having a problem with the Vendetta.
Yeah, having a major problem with the Vendetta. Yureshi just really utilizing this hero to its maximum capabilities. Not to mention Gauss Cutie as well. One thing I can say for the Valley is basic on this Melissa. The possibilities are still there. Tarzan, though, he is tanky enough to deal with this. 3 members on him. Yureshi now here to help out, but they don't even need it. This is why I think that tank build on the Karina was so clutch. And as we see, they have enough damage to deal with the Valley right now. They just needed someone that could hold the front line and be a nuisance, and that's what Tarzan's being. Not to mention with the passive, he still does some decent damage. He's still able to melt into the front line of Valley and possibly the back if they can get their towers continue to fall on the side of the Valley. Now G with Lord coming up.
With Lord coming up now, I mean, ACKERMAN's looking really good. The snowballs kind of started to play an effect there. They do have a little bit of a level difference as well against the Valley, and they're just doing really good to zone them out. And I feel like that's when the 8-minute mark happens. A lot of the towers are down. Now they're able to rotate, and it's where, like, you know, key plays come into factor here. And again, I think Yoreshi picking up the Vendetta has been causing a big problem for the Valley, just the maneuverability and the speed here. And not only that, Tarzan on the Karina. Is Karina possibly making a comeback? Because this is the second time we've seen it played, and it's done really well.
I think done correctly with the right composition, Karina is still very viable. As we're seeing now, conceal play coming in though. Gal's Cutie look for something. Tower does go down because the Valley needs to back off. They know they have to be careful for that way the Dragon. Shen poking his head in, making sure they know we're here. Lord now approaching the top inhibitor, will get the crash for it is enhanced. Comes in. Zia, Yoreshi also diving in. Big Jukondo knocks up 4 members. Basic goes down. Tarzan picking up an unstoppable kill. Fried Chicken maybe next. He is. And now the Lord is onto the base. Zia gonna work his way around. This will be it. ACKERMAN take game 1. It's a 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. ACKERMAN have showed up.
They have GG's into game 2. The victory goes to ACKERMAN. They're looking really good. They played that game, you know, textbook compared to last time. So I'm glad that we are seeing that the games just aren't one-sided. ACKERMAN's looking good here, T-Rex.
Looking very good. Coming back in the second game, we definitely know it's not going to be a sweep, and at this point after seeing that game, I feel it could go either way. The tie is even. There's, you know, the scale has not been tipped. It's 1-1, and ACKERMAN, man, ACKERMAN, Yoreshi, Gal's Cutie, Tarzan, even Zia, all of them just played a great game there.
Yeah, you know, I'm not sure if I can give just like one MVP because all of them were working as a unit there. And I mean, to be honest, the whole team gets the MVP in my book, just because you could tell how like textbook a lot of the plays were. Of course, Gal's Cutie getting those sets with the Cho was pretty crucial as well. Looking at some of the item builds and the player stats here, the big thing that we are seeing, again, Tarzan did go tank, picking up you know, some interesting items. Same thing, Gal's Cutie going a little bit of tank. So they had a solid front line, and they picked, you know, really well. And I again, the win condition from me was Gal's Cutie putting a lot of the way of the Dragons and getting picks for their team.
And getting some great picks, right? And Tarzan does end up picking up, you know, a big magic item there to help put a little bit more damage. And I think once they knew they had that lead, that was when he knew, like, all right, we can change it up a little bit just to help really seal this in. And even Shen, I mean, there was no crazy skill steals there with the ultimate, but was still able to make Valentina cause a lot of pressure and do some decent damage with it, showing that even without the ability to steal ultimates or take something major, it can still be viable here.
Yeah, and you know, that's what I was saying early in the game too, is Shen being able to Hoon on that Lilia and Shen on the Valentina was able to utilize the black boots quite a bit to, you know, keep that sustainability, get that reset, and be able to keep the tide going, you know. Last time we seen the Valley snowball, this time we seen ACKERMAN snowball. They just really, they didn't have enough damage, and again, Mobazane just was not able to excel on this Balmon. The build is quite interesting as well. Went with a little bit more of a slow build, but again, here we're seeing Gauss Cutie hitting that Way of the Dragon. Tarzan able to secure that first kill. This is when the Lord was already zoned out here, and you know, Shark trying to get some plays, but not again. Way of the Dragon again on Gauss Cutie there, but not able to do too much against whom, but it zones them out. That allowed them to get the Lord, and now they were again on the back foot here. And then Gauss Cutie once again, I mean, maybe I'm sleeping at Gauss Cutie. Definitely secured the MVP, set up his team to victory right there. Another Way of the Dragon to kind of go into the back line, and now the Lord pushing into the base here. Nothing the Valley could do, and they just, Zia ate the base away.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that last G-Kondo was like a four-man knockout from Gauss Cutie there, able to land onto several members, just a wonderful dive. And it just felt like ACKERMAN they were playing as a team that game. Zia wasn't walking into bushes all alone, getting annihilated. So now we'll see if they can continue this up as we jump into Game 3's draft. This time the Valley will be first pick, first ban, and there's the respect. No more Selena. Cho getting banned out immediately, G.
Yeah, they're definitely coming into Game 3. They're changing their bans up. They're not going the same 3 bans that they decided to go in the first 2 games. Again, I mean, I could have been sleeping on it. Gauss Cutie absolutely excelling on that show, setting up their team, and then the team's just there to take it. So I'm glad to see it. You know, one thing I haven't seen in a while though, T-Rex, is a Franco. You know, is that going to be something we're going to be possibly seeing? It's something we haven't seen in a while, and I feel like is still good to pick, especially with 2 teams like this, because their macro and their micros on some of these heroes are just crazy.
Definitely a possibility. My thing that I want to watch out for is, are we going to see a full Gauss Cutie ban here? They already banned the Grok in the Atlas in previous games. Now with Cho added to this, are we just going to see 3 roam tank bans here? Just full, we're just trying to ban out Gauss Cutie at this point. Or do they still continue to ban the Selena? Because if they're worried about Shen on the Selena here, right, then maybe they don't want to see that through. And I don't think I've seen Shen really be I just can't recall. Maybe I have casted a game with it. Maybe it's something that's new that we just haven't seen. But they are switching up the bans a lot at this point. Wan now also on the field. He was able to secure that 1v1 kill against Basic, actually forcing Basic into the opposite lane in the early phases.
Definitely. And another thing that was interesting as well, Basic's Melissa did not excel like it did in the first game, and I feel like that's just when you're dealing with a team like ACKERMAN, like they know, and it's kind of, they're just like, okay, we got to avoid some of these situations because we've seen them in the last game. They just didn't go too well. And of course the Valley now, I was suspecting they might also target Gauss Cutie, but they're kind of mixing it up. You know, they don't want to put all of their eggs into one basket and just get rid of one person. They're diversifying. Of course, ACKERMAN is constantly banning this Claude because, like you were saying earlier, some people say Basic might only be a Claude main, and it's having trouble being on any of the other gold lanes. So now we'll see if Zia, you know, what they try to play this time.
Yeah, they need to figure something out here, right? Because you're right, Basic has, I mean, he actually, I'm not going to say that because he shined pretty well on the Melissa in Game 1. We've seen him shine on some other heroes, right? Back when the Beatrix was still something to be feared, he had done well on it. Now, and it's not like he's just, yes, he lost in the 1v1, but sometimes he's able to secure kills against Zia as well. So I don't think that needs to be the main focus here. The Valley was able to really just come through in Game 1. One thing ACKERMAN did different is having Gauss Cutie on that show, you were able to put some pressure onto Zane in the mid of that game, right? And by doing that, it just felt like the Valley kind of fell apart a little bit. They weren't able to go for those objectives like they normally did. They lost the first turtle. So I think ACKERMAN needs to keep approaching this game like that. If they can find Zane and pull away one of their star players, then it could be a problem. But now Hoon on this Fermis, and we already know it could go to Shark, it could go to Hoon. Either way, it's going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, we even said this earlier that if Hoon possibly gets a Fermis pick, it's nasty. Zia though picking up the Melissa. I mean, that's going to be an interesting play because of course with the Coulter able to, you know, burn that away with the Melissa and be at range, you know. And I think it's just going to come down to what they decide, like mage wise. Are we going to see, I don't know if we're going to be seeing another Balmon, you know, maybe not from the Valley. We seen that it didn't like, if it wasn't snowballing, it didn't play a major effect because they were able to zone out the Balmon. And I mean, this is what we see from teams that are at a high level as ACKERMAN in the Valley.
Most definitely. Now, Shen on that Farza. The only thing I'm worried about with that is, you know, Fried Chicken picking up the Yuzong again, right? We saw, I mean, Shen had a problem in game 1 on that Farza, and we know the Valley has an answer for it, right? Not only that, but now with this Fermis as well as Shark picking up the Grok, you still have a lot of counters for that. Zane now also locking in the Kai, so Shen could definitely have some issues this game. The only thing so far worried about it is you have your mage, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, right? More about sustainability. A lot of it's going to come down onto basics damage, especially if Fried Chicken goes for more bulky EXP laners, which is essentially the only real options, right?
Right, you know, and I mean at this point, I mean, we might be seeing an Esmeralda pick by the Valley coming into the second side, picking up the Diggy. Quite interesting, you know. I mean, that's a great counter to the Kai. It stops, you know, some of the CC effects of Grok as well. So we might see that come into play here. But again, with such a heavy tanky comp as the Valley, going something that's a little bit more of the support role, and especially with your team being already so squishy in the early here, in the early picks could smell a problem, because now ACKERMAN has to pick some tankier individuals for these last 2 picks.
And they have the options for that, right? And they are going to start banning now, going into basic here, taking out that Clint. My guess is we maybe see a Brody next, possibly an Aerithil, something like that in the Valley, banning out EXP laners, trying to hone in on Yureshi. That Vendetta was definitely a problem in game 2, and if he brings that out again, it continue to be a problem for Fried Chicken here.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I like about the Valley. They kind of like fill out some of the games. They see some of the key heroes that ACKERMAN's playing, and now they're targeting them, you know? And it's just going to come down to ACKERMAN's diverse hero pool to change this around, which, I mean, we're already seeing that. I mean, the Farja is what is kind of like teetering me right now, you know? Like, that's right now, if I had to pick ACKERMAN's weakest link, would be that. Just because the Valley is countering it so hard. The Grok wall, the heavy spin, the pull by Hoon. I feel like Shin's going to have a hard problem here. But by the side of ACKERMAN, they are banning out a lot of gold lanes. They're targeting basic. They already secured their gold lanes. So they're just trying to take and whittle down basic as much as possible.
Which is a good thing for ACKERMAN, right? Because the Valley kind of lacks that damage right now. You just need to put him on a marksman that, you know, isn't too much of a threat, right? That doesn't cause too much damage until maybe the late game that Zia can eventually match. Now, will we see basic possibly fall onto the Beatrix here? Maybe the Aerithil. Ballman now getting banned from the side of the Valley. ACKERMAN still needing a jungler, but Paquito still open, right? Now, I don't know how well it's going to do against the Akai, but it could kind of create some of that peel for Shen, some of that knock-up, and also do some decent damage against Shark and against Zane here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's something you kind of need, because if you can CC the Feramis enough, then the Cold Altars can't come out. So that's something that could be, you know, the side of ACKERMAN could possibly go for, you know. Try to utilize as much CC as possible to lock down Hoon. But again, I feel like Of course, they go. They didn't ban out Dairoth, so I mean, we could still possibly see a Dairoth pick here. If you're already diving into an Esmeralda, I feel like that's going to be the lineup there. It's going to come down to what Tarzan goes for as in a jungle.
You know, I could like the Dairoth here a little bit. Maybe he does pick up the Julian, though, once again. It has not been banned out here. But the thing is something like that for Fried Chicken, something that still kind of packs a punch, I think is a little bit better, and he does lock in the Dairoth. And I think that kind of evens out the Valley right now. I was worried about damage for them, but now at least they have something in these early stages. But holy cow, oh, wait a minute. Did Tarzan just go jungle Minotaur?
Jungle Minotaur. Now, I feel like this is something we've been waiting to see. We've been waiting to see it, and I feel like it's gonna. I mean, in this comp, like I was saying, they needed to fill in some of the tankier folks. And what's your take on this?
I don't know. I saw a clip of it from MPLPA. I forget who was using it against Blacklist, but they ran it. I don't even remember if it won or not. We did see this the other day. I don't think we saw Jungle Minotaur. I think we saw regular Roam Minotaur, and it did not do horrible. I think it's just a little more pressuring for the jungler because you're really focusing on keeping that rage up, and the rest of the team is kind of relying on those knockups. But what I will say from ACKERMAN, a lot of set potential, like a lot of play 5-man potential. And at least now they have something that can kind of make up for the squishiness of the Diggy in the early game, right?
Yeah, make up for the squishiness, as well as the Diggy is going to be there to counter a lot of the Mobazane on the Kai, the heavy spin. So we're going to see a lot of that. But coming in, we are on game 3. It is 1-1 right now. The Valley on the left, ACKERMAN on the right here. Let's see if Gal's Cutie goes down here in the early age.
Oh,
and the first
blood. That is rough. 1 minute in, we already have a first blood. Gaz Cutie is back on the map, though, but that is a rough start for the side of ACKERMAN already. And this is what you said. This is what we were worried about, right? This is that squishy Diggy in the early phases. Gals Cutie, you just got done playing a Chow who you're like all in their face, right? But now you need to kind of step back a second, Gals. You can't be too aggressive because it's going to spell trouble. Gals Cutie getting invaded onto again. The Shadow Stampede misses, but Shen and Yureshi have moved up to the top side onto Fried Chicken here. Wings by Wings comes out. Shen able to get away. Fried Chicken unharmed.
Unharmed. And the biggest thing here is that I didn't know the feed meta was back for Diggies, so let's see if Gal's Cutie can stide this here. But
how dare you?
While we're while we're looking at all of this right now, what I'm gonna see is probably ACKERMAN. We're already kind of seeing it right now, is that they're gonna have to have a heavy presence into this XP lane. If they can stop Chicken early with the Dairoth, I feel like Yureshi can excel. Mobazane already coming up here to take presence.
Yeah, Fried Chicken does get stunned up there. Yureshi able to pick it up, but Yureshi does not have that feathered airstrike just yet. Hoon has already hit level 4, and this is going to be huge for this turtle, right? Tarzan does put the first hit onto it as Zane works away onto this gold crab. Shark looking for something, making sure he can cause some pressure on the backside. Does have a wild charge ready to go. ACKERMAN's going to need to be careful. Shark does use it. Time Journey comes out. Tarzan takes the Lord, and now the Cult Altar comes out as the Valley's forced to run away after that. So ACKERMAN is able to secure that first neutral objective of this game.
Yeah, and it was very strategical to do that. They took the turtle back out, get away from that Cult Altar. No reason to fight something that is just unnecessary there. And this is what I was saying. They're putting so much pressure on the Chicken in this top lane. If they can do this, I feel like Yureshi can definitely excel. I think once it comes into the mid game, though, it could be a little bit of a problem. Looking at the side of ACKERMAN, some of their win conditions, it's quite interesting to see this minnow. It's something we don't see a lot, but able to secure that turtle was huge, and if you can keep that up, I feel like it's something that could make key plays here. So definitely gonna have to keep an eye on Tarzan and keep an eye on Gal's Cutie on this Diggy to see if it's back in the meta. It's still only one death though.
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing that works with Tarzan on this Minotaur, right? I'm pretty sure it gets the knock-up with that Minoan Rage, even when Zane is in heavy spin, right? So it could be the clutch. It could be the thing that carries ACKERMAN through this game. Now, taking a look at the gold, the Valley does hold, a 300 lead here. Nothing too major, but ACKERMAN cannot let them escape with that. They can't let that get too far, as we're only 4 minutes in the game. We already know how the Valley plays when they start to get ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just gonna come down to that. I do like how that they're kind of baiting the Cole Ultra out, and I feel like Tarzan's doing really good at that. And as long as ACKERMAN knows when to pull out, ooh, the heavy spin. Though.
Heavy spin onto Tarzan, but the wall comes out. Tarzan should be able to walk away from this. Shen is here, but the airstrike comes down. Colt Alter trying to save, but the Minoan's Fury will seal the deal, and Zane goes down. ACKERMAN putting their first kill on the board. Now Turtle is up, and Tarzan's going to make his way to that. A Shark also tries to defend, but keep our eyes on Shen here. Hiding out in this bush, gets a stun onto Hoon. Going to use that wings by wings to resituate himself. Chicken, though, trying to find it. Gets the Abysm Strike with the flicker. Shen goes down. A nice play from Chicken there. Urashi, though, now moving in, but can't do anything. Shark basic attacking this Turtle right now, but that has bought enough time for the side of the Valley to secure this neutral objective.
And I gotta say, every time Moba Zane goes down, I don't know what happens, but the Valley just goes into a different gear, and they start taking picks. Like, look at Chicken's already about to be taking this top tower, and that's gonna smell trouble for ACKERMAN here. And they're just constantly showing presence on Tarzan. I'm not sure if this comp is a really good early comp, but maybe we'll see it coming into the late game when Zia starts, taking off. When, Shin possibly being able to take off. And the side of ACKERMAN, we need to see Shin have those placements of the feathered airstrikes. Like, we need to see the angles. We need to see, the cacao coming in and sneaking. So it's all gonna come down to that, but look at that. That was great peel by Shin.
Yeah, but it does not stop the Valley. They are going to keep on moving in. They cleared that wave, putting pressure onto the mid tower here, right? So yes, Shen, it is going to be important for the positioning. Tarzan now, though, moving on to basic here. ZM basic still unscathed. Berserker's Fury does just lock in, but wait a second, Urashi onto Hoon here. Colt Alter does come out, though. Gauss Cutie trying to find something along with Zia and Shen. Whole team is here. On to Moba Zane. Moba Zane getting a little stunned up here. Wall comes down from Shark, but Zane's forced to use the heavy spin just to escape. ACKERMAN is now grouped up. Now, they spent a lot of time dealing with Fried Chicken to no avail, right? So Fried Chicken could end up being a problem. He's right onto Shen here. It does come in. Time Journey comes out, but the Nolan's Fury able to get the kill onto Fried Chicken there. Every time the Valley has something, ACKERMAN answering back blow for blow, but the Valley still holding a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, of course they're doing really good plays. You can see they really want to do something, but they're not taking some of the key objectives, and the time that they're taking to do all of these team fights, T-Rex, they're just losing gold, losing more and more gold. Can they now, contest Moba Zane on this Turtle? Tarzan does want to go in, but the zonage, man, Shark just has that vision.
That's all onto the shoulders of Shen and on to the shoulders of Zia, and it is a heavy, heavy crown to bear right now as the Valley has hit their spike. We're at 21k gold, 2v2, 7.5 minutes. Moba Zane has locked in that cursed helmet, and Chicken does have the Hunter Strike, so we're looking at some nice penetration. Pair that up with Basic, and we're seeing what happens. Gauss Cutie melted down, and Basic is going to help even more penetrate into that heavy front line that ACKERMAN has here, into Tarzan to help them get through and get to Shen and Zia. But if they're unable to complete that, it could be the victory for ACKERMAN. Now Moba Zane moving on to Urashi, does have the heavy spin. Urashi does not purify this go around, tries to use a sprint, but still goes down. Zane picking up the kill.
You know, and one of the things I do have to point out that ACKERMAN could possibly use to their advantage is the Valley is very, you know, physical heavy. If they do get into that mid to the late game and build a lot of defense, they could possibly tank a lot of the Valley, and it'll come down to Hoon's damage. But Zia is now in the team fights. This could smell problem as well, but Basic doing really well to take a tower while the whole team, again, ACKERMAN is just taking too much time trying to get you know, some peels, some picks, and I mean the Valley's just backing out and keeping them at bay.
Yeah, ACKERMAN keeps on rotating into this death ball of 5-man, but every time they do that, they get nothing out of it. They don't get a kill. They don't get an objective. And the Valley's answering back on the off lanes, controlling that, macroing the gold lane. And now Chicken has even broken the second tower on the top side. Yureshi may be next. Abyssum Strike pinned up with that wall pin from Zane. Yureshi goes down, another kill on the board for the Valley.
Yeah, Yureshi is having a tough time, 0-2-0. And I mean, we can contribute that to having to constantly deal with a Dairoth, a direct counter to Esme. And I mean, that's something that you had to decide on in the early, like, you knew they were going to pick Dairoth, and this is the consequences you have to deal with. But it is now the first Lord. It does seem like ACKERMAN has a little bit of presence, but look at Super Shark's location. Look at Basic's location. They're ready for the flank. Look, there's Wildcard.
Oh, and Zia gets knocked up. Able to get away from that. Time Journey does come out. Minoan's Fury to knock everyone up by a bit of time for this Cult Altar, but it does not matter. Gauss Cutie gonna get melted down. Yureshi comes in with the falling star move with the heavy spin, averts it all. Zia pinned to the wall and taken out. Shen now using the Feathered Airstrike to try to push them away, but at this time the Valley got what they wanted. They're gonna move on to this Lord now. Fly Chicken zoning, Hoon zoning, and ACKERMAN just can't break in a valiant effort, but the Valley comes out on top in this skirmish.
Yeah, I mean, the Valley's looking really good. They have all of their turrets up. They, of course, look at that top lane. The tower's already, you know, looking hurt, and now they're going to be coming with a Lord, taking a gander at some of these items. I mean, Hoon's online. You have Basics definitely online. Only 2 items from being maxed out, 7,000 gold. And then Chicken, he's at 8,000 gold as well, just gapping Yureshi right now. So it just happens to just the Valley's just looking too good here, T-Rex.
Yeah, it's going to be a little too much to handle. And on top of that, like, the penetration from the side of the Valley right now just gets right through Tarzan, gets right through Gauss Cutie. He's already a squishy roam. And even with the tank builds, it's not going to be enough. It's going to really come down, I think, to ACKERMAN making a big play, which isn't going to be easy, right? We need to see the big Minoan's Fury paired up with the Feathered Airstrike, but at this time, Zane, he's going to come in. Basic has broken through another tower as the inhibitor on the top side is now getting worked on. The Valley going to opt to go for the mid instead. Hoon looking for something with that Shadow Stampede. Can't quite catch it, but it does keep ACKERMAN away. Stops them from forcing in. Fly Chicken gets a bit of poke damage as Zane continues to keep vision in the mid. Another wave now coming on the mid and the bot. Gauss Cutie throwing out some bombs, getting some vision for his team, but ACKERMAN continues to get pushed in, and the Valley does not want to stop. Tarzan comes out, does have the Minoan's Fury ready to go, but has not released it quite yet. Feathered Airstrike comes down, keeping the Valley pushed away, but Fly Chicken now moving on to the tower. Basic has his back. Fly Chicken flickers in, misses the Abyssum Strike, lands on the Shen. Fen forced to flicker. Minoan's Fury helps it. Yureshi comes in with the Falling Star Moon, but now the Cult Altar is here. Wild Charge to combo up. Tarzan knocked up. Gauss Cutie down. Also Zia. This could be bad for ACKERMAN. Nothing but Shen and Yureshi stand left. Basic has been knocked off the map, but it's a 1 for 3. An inhibitor down, and the Valley continues to push in. Yureshi trying to defend. Fallen Star Moon on top of 3 members, but still not enough. Hoon very, very low. Yureshi brought low as well. Shadow Stampede. Yureshi can't quite catch it, and the killing spree goes to Shark. Shen now all alone, using the Feathered Air Strike just to get them out of the base.
Streak. No, yeah, I mean, they're absolutely just going ham right now. Look at old Gauss Cutie in a lot of trouble. Pop that egg a little too early. Mobazane does take him down again. I mean, we're looking at, I wouldn't say like a complete Diggy feed meta, but it's looking rough. The Diggy was a good pick, but the snowball's just happening. The Valley, they've kept all of their towers alive. The minnow just doesn't seem to be coming in clutch here. And I mean, all of ACKERMAN just let themselves get countered. And I just don't know if they can actually do anything to come back here.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, now at this point, it's almost a 10,000 goal lead for the Valley. Very similar to game one. Once the Valley found some blood in the water, they struck, and Shark is hungry. He's finding the sets, he's finding the wild charges, and even the Minoan's Fury cannot compete against it right now. They able to create the space, and the Dyroth pick, man, the Dyroth pick, it just rounded out the team. I was really worried about them not having enough damage, but now Chicken and Basic are just unloading, and the Grok, the Fermis in this Akai work so well with these two unloading from the backside.
Yeah, and I mean, this is what the Valley does good, and they kind of like, they know if they can just take the XP lane that they can handle it. The one thing that I haven't been seeing tonight is Zia. Zia has been kind of on the back end, not able to pop off as much as I'd like to see, so could be having just a bad night in general. I mean, we have a Luminous Lord coming down now, and all of the lanes are synced in a conceal play.
Yeah, the conceal play does come in. A nice pull, though, onto Sharp, and in comes Zane. Heavy spin. Luckily, the time journey does come out, and Colt Altar may have been used a little bit too early there. Lord still trying to come, but a huge 5-man knockup. All members are deleted instantaneously. Urashi back at the base, and the base goes down. The Valley take game 3 in a flashy manner.
GG's, man. Super Shark with that wild charge at the end absolutely set the whole team and let the Lord come in free of charge and just, you know, take the home.
Wow. Wow. What a flicker wild charge from Shark there. For just a second, I thought ACKERMAN may have been able to hold on for another Lord, but the deal was sealed. The contract was written in blood, and Shark takes that game for the team right now. What a finish, G. I am speechless.
I am too, man. Like, absolutely. I mean, the whole game was kind of one-sided. The Valley was holding everything. They took all the towers. They defended all of their towers. Their ban and picks were just, I mean, they were good. Counters were coming out, and I mean, the Valley just excelled at what they did there.
Most definitely. Just, I mean, we saw the same exact thing, I feel like, happen in game one. ACKERMAN can keep up in those early stages and at least, you know, even win out. But the Valley always able to keep the gold lead, always able to stay a step ahead and just wait for their moment, and they do it so well. Now, Hoon does pick up the MVP there, was just a steady player on the team, but still, I think the play of the week's gotta go to that wild charge at the end there, G.
I was actually surprised that Shark's not the MVP here, you know? Like, again, you were saying it, Hoon gets a Fermis, and it's just, it's GG's at that point. You don't want to give that up to him. But Shark, man, just everywhere, kind of messed up on a wall once on Mobazane, but they did make up for that mistake. And I mean, they really didn't totally need Mobazane here. I think it all came down to, like, it was a wild pick to attempt to try to go for a minnow. You know, of course, people have done it in MPL, but it's probably not an NA thing. Now, looking at a lot of the recaps here, the Abysm Strike coming out, taking out Shin. Chicken just doing so well on this Dyroth. And then we're seeing Basic hitting that heavy crossbow, and the minnow coming out, but it's just not enough. The peel is just, the Valley was just diving in. Chicken once again getting another kill. The heavy spin locking down Zia. The feathered airstrike to push back the Valley, but that didn't matter. This was the Lord that kind of sealed the deal here, coming in here. A lot of the heavy spins, the Colt Altar, and then the final push here into the flicker, into the heavy charge, or the wild charge, and then the whole team gets deleted, and the Lord just takes the base there, man. That was insane.
Definitely insane, G. I mean, just a great game. And now that's game 3, right? It's 2-1 on the board. Will ACKERMAN tie things up and bring us to a best of 5? Can they, secure the deal? We saw them do amazing in game 2. But it seems like when they do lose, they lose hard. So if they want a chance to take this the long run, I think they need to be able to take the games the long run. They need to know how to hang in there, kind of like the Valley does. They like when the Valley's losing in the early game, they're able to kind of, back off, play their time, make space. ACKERMAN, would they get into that section of the game where they're not able to really fight against the Valley? They need to know how to, not play into the Valley's tempo, take it slow. So let's see if they can do that as we jump into game 4 of the Valley up against ACKERMAN.
Yeah, I mean, an absolute textbook game there. Now moving into this game, we already see ACKERMAN getting rid of the Fermis. I mean, it was nasty, that last game. Just was that with Super Shark was insane. The Valley already again targeting the Cho. They have not forgot what cost them a loss in this series here. So still, and that's what teams need to do. Sometimes when they get a win, they kind of forget how they lost, and that the Valley's not doing that. What we need to see from ACKERMAN is that they need to, for some reason, I wasn't quite sure what they were thinking picking the Esmeralda when a Dire Roth was just readily available. They seen Chicken was there, so maybe a little bit of communication was a miss there.
Yeah, I think they could have waited, right? They could have, if they really wanted the Minotaur, they could have brought that up first and let Chicken pick the EXP lane first. We've seen how this EXP lane has been for these two teams. I think the goal is really just to wait it out. And now that they're on first pick, they're gonna Fried Chicken's gonna kind of have the advantage here if he wants to wait till the last pick. Last game they had it. They could have waited for Chicken, or they even could have picked the Dyroth up front, if they really wanted to. But they went for it. They picked up the Esmeralda, and that's one of the things that cost them last game. But that is the past. We're now moving into the future here. Bans are coming out. We have the Fermis, the Claude from ACKERMAN, and Valentine and Cho from the side of the Valley. Things pretty similar to what we've been seeing.
Yeah, I mean, of course, definitely they're targeting the teams now. They're going for what they want. But the problem again is coming just to the draft. So I want to see a little bit of change by ACKERMAN here. They do get rid of the Diggy, so that kind of shows to me that maybe they don't go a Balmon first. Maybe they want to attempt to go a Kai first. We do know Tarzan's a really good Akai, so maybe that's what they're attempting to plan here. From the side of the Valley, I mean, right now this would be the moment that I'd probably end up banning the Kai, maybe even going for an Atlas ban. I haven't seen an Atlas picked first in quite a while, but there could still be a possibility that or a 1-1. Well, you've seen in the previous games, the Valley has constantly been banning the Atlas. So the Atlas is now open. That could be a factor that, ACKERMAN needs to. There was the Atlas.
You could tell they were thinking about it. You could tell they were like, do we ban the 1-1? Do we ban the Atlas? I'm sure if they let the Atlas through, that may have been an insta pick for the side of ACKERMAN. But this time, Shen's going to pick up that Lilia, providing the pressure. Not only that, but taking it away from Hoon, who's been doing an amazing job at it.
Yeah, and Super Shark picking up what made so many plays in the last game, a Grok once again. If we see some of those plays again, or they need a response to it, and it's just kind of hard. I think the side of ACKERMAN might need to go a little bit more CC. I've seen that they've been constantly building more slow. They haven't really had too much crowd control. A lot of their mages were burst heavy, like the Farja. And they haven't, again, they just, the only tank we've seen actually do something was the Cho tank.
Yeah, we need to see Gals Cutie make those sets, right? That's when whenever the game that he did win, it was an aggressive tank. One thing that, Gauss Cutie can run the Rafaela pretty well. It could possibly be something we see here, especially it goes very well with the Lilia in the early stages of the game. Not only that, but it can create some peel. Yes, it's not the most aggressive tank, but it's one thing that I have seen gals lean into sometimes, and it's actually something that they've beaten the Valley with before. Now, Basic gonna snatch up a gold lane quick this time, right? He picks up the Clint, not wasting any time, and now we're left with ACKERMAN to decide on, something. I don't think they lock in the XP lane. I think they're forced to maybe go for a gold lane here, and then maybe their tank, maybe their jungler.
Yeah, and a lot of the time we see this, like Mobazane and Chicken are kind of always like the last picks. And it seems like they have some type of ideal to go behind, but the side of ACKERMAN picks up a Bratz and an Akai, so this is going to be interesting. This is what we needed to see. We're probably going to be seeing the Akai swap to Gauss Cutie, which is now a tank that can make sets. Tarzan going with the Bratz early, a little crazy, could be something that makes really good plays. It's tanky and can deal a decent amount of damage. So we'll see what type of plays that get made. That might force, Mobazane to go for the Paquito instead of a Balmon here, because I feel like Bratz is a really great counter to that combo.
Yeah, and it could be, and it could just be a nice answer to the Valley here. Zane will pick up this Balmond, which is very deadly in his hands, but luckily this time they do have some answers for it, right? They have the Bratz with the Daytona's Welcome. If Zane tries to come in, you eat him up, you spit him out away from whatever the objectives here is. And then you also have the heavy spin. Now, I think the reason for that Bratz is, let's say they go for the jungle Akai, right? Zane's been known to pick up the Bratz as a counter to it. You're able to nullify that heavy spin with the Daytona's Welcome, and they've made it work pretty well. So not only did they pull away, what one of their counters to their composition, but they also bring in some decent picks here.
Yeah, and then now starting to target, the gold lanes from the side of the Valley. Get rid of that Wan. The Wan was definitely a decision factor. Interesting, going for a Kagura, getting rid of that as well. I mean, that's an interesting ban. I mean, possibly Shin didn't want to have to deal with it. Maybe whatever the gold lane pick on the side of ACKERMAN don't want to have to deal with it. We haven't seen it quite often, but it can still be situational. They're targeting mages so hard, gets rid of the Yve, and again, the Valley getting rid of the Vendetta. I'm actually surprised that maybe they didn't go for a Vendetta pick before Bratz pick, because of how well Yureshi did in that. But of course, it's just been a constant battle over who can win the XP lane.
Yeah, most definitely. Now, I think the Kagura, I think they want, pick a Farza, Hoon. Pick a Farza, right? Hoon has done really good on the Kagura, and the thing is Farza's not going to do great here. Some other mages aren't going to do great here. Fried Chicken, though, picking up the Julian, and this is something that, one good thing about that pick is Hoon could fall to that if he needs to. He's done well on it. We've seen it. So if you need, that is a solid pick in a sense, not only because it's just a good hero or a good pick wherever it goes, but it kind of throws a wrench in ACKERMAN's thoughts, wait, where's this going? How do we want to counter this? Do we pick Yureshi now because we know Fried Chicken's going to use it, or are they going to swap it over to Hoon and pull one on us, right? Do we pick the Esmeralda and then Fried Chicken ends up playing the Dairoth again? So it's definitely a good little ace up the sleeve right now to make ACKERMAN think before they just throw in some picks here.
I like that thinking, T-Rex. I like it. And I mean, we'll just see how they possibly respond here. To be honest, I think maybe Yureshi picking up a Uranus would be probably a better ideal, but they go to Yuzong. Interesting. I mean, what do you think?
Coming back. He's coming back, man. He's coming back. This is the fourth time we've seen him in the top 8 now, slowly making a comeback, right? Now Main Hoon, though, picks up the Lunox. Big burst damage for that tanky front line. Also some nice escapability from the heavy spin, the Daytona's Welcome, etc., etc., etc. ACKERMAN, though, I mean, I like both compositions. I like them both, G.
I like them both as well, you know. One of the biggest things that we're going to be seeing here, though, is I think, you know, there's two things that we've seen. Super Shark on this Grok. Gonna have to keep an eye on them, you know. And then Fried Chicken on this Julian. The pop-ups are going to be insane. But some big things that ACKERMAN has that I feel like is deciders is Tarzan on the Brats, being able to possibly counter the Ballmon. Like you said, get in my belly and then spit them out, and then possibly, you know, secure the objectives.
You know, wait 1 second, because we are now jumping into game 4. For anyone just coming in, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Valley up against Team ACKERMAN in a best of 5. The current score, the Valley holds 2 games and ACKERMAN hold 1. Now, G, let's talk about that. Let's talk about that Yuzong. I think it could even work more here, not only because of being able to get past Shark, being able to get past Zane, but there's a few squishies for him to go after. Fried Chicken on this, not only it's not only gonna be basic, but it's also gonna be possibly Fried Chicken if he can find that Petrify and get those knockups. Could be huge in the middle stages of this game. You're actually already moving on to Fried, ganging up with Shen. This is something they did last game a little bit. It didn't quite work against the Dairos, but maybe it could work better this time.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe putting a full focus onto an XP lane instead of the gold lane might be something they do decide on the side of ACKERMAN, but we are seeing, I don't know, definitely, I mean, ACKERMAN got that Lethal Wander there, so that was a good play. I think it's gonna, again, like I was saying, it's gonna come down to how Tarzan plays this Brats. If they can really lock down Mobazane, and again, I feel like ACKERMAN really needs to set an objective, you know, like, do they really want to go for an XP lane? Are they going to be rotating into the gold lane? I do feel like they're a little bit all over the place sometimes, and I feel like that's kind of what's causing a little mishap in their lineup. Both teams look really good, though.
Yeah, I think ACKERMAN could definitely do well if they tighten up a bit, find a target, go in on it. Fried Chicken may just be it. Fried Chicken's trying to come back in. Brilliance comes out, not enough. Fried Chicken goes down. Hoon able to escape, and this is only a second before the first hurdle of this game. Tarzan, Mobazane having a bit of a face-up here, though. Yureshi putting some damage onto Hoon on the top side, able to get the passive. Hoon brought down pretty low, but Tarzan tries to move in onto Zane there. Toner's Welcome comes out. Zane does get the turtle, but he's going to get spin against the wall. Gauss Cutie with the heavy spin. This could be bad for Zane. Zane does go down. Tarzan picks up the kill, so he pays with his life for the first turtle of the game, and ACKERMAN comes out on top.
I mean, ACKERMAN did lose the turtle, but they were able to secure that pick onto Mobazane, which I feel is kind of a good trade. That's something you want to go on. And ACKERMAN is kind of doing what I was saying, you know, like they picked an objective, they had an ideal, take out Chicken. I feel like Yureshi's been having a little bit of a trouble with Chicken, and doing that kind of sets up Yureshi to snowball a little bit. Now, the next aspect that we'll be kind of looking at is Zia on this Ethereal. Are they going to do really good at it or not? I mean, it's going to come down to it, but they're definitely showing tons of presence into the top lane here, T-Rex.
Most definitely. Zane now moving on to Gals here, trying to bring that presence into the jungle of ACKERMAN. Orange buff is up, ready to be stolen by the Valley, and it looks like Tarzan may be a little late to this party. Mobazane continues to work on it. Gauss Cutie with the heavy spin, able to keep Zane away from that orange buff. Zane may go down. Pass, forced to go under the tower, but he's in a bad spot. Gauss Cutie picks up the kill. Hoon could be next, way too deep. Tarzan finds another one. 2 down for the side of the Valley. They tried to steal, but they were caught like thieves in the night. ACKERMAN still coming out on top, 4-0.
The thieves in the night. I feel like Mobazane's definitely something like that. They're trying to utilize the Ballmon to its fullest capabilities by trying to steal a lot of ACKERMAN's jungle. And Mobazane is 0-2-0 right now, struggling quite a bit. You know, Shark's trying to give that presence, but I feel like Shark's kind of everywhere as well. So we'll see. We do have a pause on the side of ACKERMAN here. So we might be going to our camps here. Oh. T-Rex, man. How you doing? You're looking really big.
Is it just me? Hey guys, what's up? I'm gonna be taking over now. Gee, the Ako's gone. Wait, no, he's back. Sorry. So yeah, we have a bit of a pause here right now. The way it's looking, possible game 5. I don't want to talk too early, but ACKERMAN is definitely taking advantage right now. Definitely holding up. And normally I would say it's okay. The Valley can rubber band back. But the thing is I feel like when Fried Chicken gets put in a bad spot and he starts to lose, it can spell victory for ACKERMAN. Same goes for Zane, right? When Zane starts to take some deaths early on, it's one of those things that really is just a huge crack. And both of them are the ones taking the deaths on the side of the Valley right now. Those are 2 key players for the team, and when they're both falling behind, it makes for a very hard comeback.
Yeah, and you can contribute that to like Mobile Zane's just overextending and staying a little bit too long, you know. And the Kai, you know, is a direct counter to the Balmon. So is the Brat. So again, they kind of built heavy to target the Balmon. And if they can keep this up, they're going to keep him away from all of the major objectives and then make him pay for overextending and staying on their side a little bit too long. So we'll see what definitely comes back. What do you think?
I mean, I mean, of course, we have 2 amazing teams playing, right? At any moment, anything big could happen. Still a lot of possibilities for the Valley. I just don't think we're going to see, you know, it's not going to be a steamroll. And this isn't like game 1 or game 3 where, yes, ACKERMAN had some extra kills, but the Valley kept the gold at a standstill or was even ahead. This time, ACKERMAN has taken some objectives, they've taken some kills, and they're winning out in the EXP lane. Now, speaking of overextending, this is exactly it. They were in a tight spot. They try to make a big call. They go in for this orange buff steal, which honestly they probably didn't have to do, and it blows up in their face. Definitely very rough and a poor decision for the Valley here. They're going to need to tighten up and make those shot calls just a bit better if they want to try to win this game.
Yeah, and it looks like we're going back into the game here. So, I mean, again, like you were saying, they're going to have to make some of these plays just a little bit different. If they can secure some of the objectives, as we can already see, the turtle is up, but Mobile Zane is invading hard. Not at the turtle just yet. So we'll see how it goes. But I mean, Basic hasn't died yet. Basic does also have Killing Spree, which is interesting as well. But a heavy spin.
Oh, nice heavy spin on a Shark. Shark uses a wild charge, trying to get away from this. ACKERMAN doesn't bother. They want the objective. They want the gold. They want to try to keep this lead.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking, I mean, team fight-wise, ACKERMAN is blowing it out of the water right now. The Petrify Connect.
Daytona's welcome. Zane gonna go down here. Cutie picks up that one. Basic just trying to defend with all he can, but it's still not enough. 5 into OG. This is a huge lead for the side of ACKERMAN. Luckily, though, the Valley does do a good job at keeping that gold deficit to a minimum.
Yeah, I mean, even though it is 5-0, we are seeing Zia now taking a tower, which now this is, I feel like when the snowball happens, because now Zia can rotate out of that lane, participate in more team fights, and then kind of farm freely, you know? So we'll see how they can respond, but to be honest, it only takes one Lord to change the tide of a battle once again, Urashi.
Yeah, Urashi getting a little ganged up here, but he has the Black Dragons, who's going to be able to get away seamlessly. Not a problem. Zane wasting a little bit more time there. He's been trying to make up for that loss, and my worry is that maybe he's trying a little too hard. I mean, he's gone in for some invades, made some choices that just didn't add up, and the pressure is on him right now. But the Valley does not stop. They know their only choice, right, or it seems their only choice right now is to keep on being aggressive, even at a deficit. We want to come in. We want to try to take what we can from you.
Yeah, you got to give it up to Cutie, always giving the vision. 2-0-2 as their roam right now. And then we do see a conceal play. Not quite sure what was going down there. But again, the Valley is kind of like focusing and herding around Mobazane because of the pressure. Urashi just eating away at Chicken's HP, though.
Yeah, Chicken definitely not having the best mid game right now. We are coming into 6 or 7 minutes. Another tower taken away from the Valley. Tarzan going to start working on this turtle, but Zane knows he has to be careful. He gets too close. Daytona's welcome is there to welcome you. He decides to not even do it. Gauss Cutie, though, comes in with a heavy spin. Turtle does go to the side of ACKERMAN once again. We went from 1,000, 2,000 to 3,000 gold lead for the side of ACKERMAN now. Gauss Cutie comes in. Brilliance comes out from whom, but Yureshi has a Black Dragon form into the backside. Wild charge to knock him up, but the tower continues to be worked on. ACKERMAN wants more. Tarzan tays under the tower, takes a couple shots, but he's tanky enough to be able to handle it. The tower stands tall. Basic now on the boss side, trying to gain some ground somewhere on the map for the Valley, and does secure that tower.
Yeah, and I mean, this is kind of what they need. They need a little bit of the towers. They have to take some of these first tier towers away and take that escapability away from the side of ACKERMAN. But again, the score is still 5-0. ACKERMAN's team fights right now are just phenomenal. I'm not quite sure what's going on with Mobazane, but the level difference between Tarzan and Mobazane is just it's gapped right now. So he, again, like you were saying, he has to like stay away from some of these fights. He's not able to get in there on those objectives and possibly get a steal. All he has to do is he'd made so many mistakes in the early game, and overextending has to continue to farm. That's the only way to possibly come back here.
You know, I think a lot of people came into this series thinking it was going to be a sweep, thinking it was going to be a 3-1, but at this point we may just go to game 5. Very hype about it. ACKERMAN has stepped up so much from what we saw, you know, a month ago, 2 months ago, where they were having so much trouble with the Valley. And yes, the games they lose against the Valley, it is a rough loss, but right now they have picked up the pieces. They've risen for the occasion, and they are bringing the smoke. Yureshi comes in with the Black Dragon, not letting Zane or Fried Chicken get anything from that. Shen is also here to help out. Only 6 seconds till Lord G.
Yeah, and I mean, if this game can get into the late game, possibly the Valley could come back, because they do have a lot of damage from Hoon and Chicken and Basic, but it's going to come down to it. We haven't seen any really plays done by Super Shark yet right now, so that's also another one. They are trying to zone in to the Lord, but the ACKERMAN is zoning them out.
Yeah, there's not much they can do right now, and the Valley knows it. You are right, there is some late game potential for the Valley, though, right? There are some possibilities. Basic, luckily, has not taken a single death. Shark, though, almost gets pinned down. Zero with a flicker, able to take him out. Shark not going to get away from that one, and that is a kill right before Lord comes. 20 seconds on the death counter. Minions will be coming soon, G.
I mean, it's kind of looking like last game. They're just taking trades and blows, but it's 6-0 right now, and I might be a rapper, but I didn't know it. The Lord is barreling down.
The Lord is barreling down.
No, I mean, what we got to see here is that they got to turtle up, you know. Sharks having some trouble getting some assists, and I think it just attributes to what we were saying in the very early game. We needed to see Gauss Cutie on a tank that utilized and does sets, and I mean, with the Lord barreling down here, T-Rex, can they defend?
I mean, that's the question, right? The Lord is in town. He's barreling down, but have no fear, because ACKERMAN's here, ready to attack. The Valley trying to defend. Gauss Cutie does come in. Brilliance comes out from Hoon. Maybe a little bit too early there, so he will not have that ultimate as a utility. They're able to work down onto that Lord, though, so they lose nothing too major. Not only that, but they relieve pressure from these minion waves, so ACKERMAN doesn't really get a lot out of that. They are holding a slight gold lead here, though. Not just a slight, but 6,000. We still have a minute and a half until the next Lord comes up, and ACKERMAN is going to take this nice and slow.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, there's that damage. There's the damage that we're going to need to watch out for from Basic. That could be scary. ACKERMAN, I think, still needs to hold it tight and not let anyone get caught off like that again.
Definitely. And like I was saying, it could possibly come into the late game because Brats can fall off at that point. And if Balmont gets tanky enough, can get into some of those key objectives. And the same goes for Super Shark, you know. That was the set we needed to see, and it actually paid off. Tarzan is level 15 though, and that is a severe XP difference from a lot of the side of the valley. We're looking at 10, 12, 12, 11, and 11. If Tarzan gets into any of these fights, it's gonna spell like destroying the valley. So that's, you can see that they're just keeping that distance and not wanting to get into any unnecessary fights, but get the pick.
Oh, not only that, but now Fried Chicken dies off cam. Zia able to pick it up, 2-0-1. Now, yes, Basic is scaling, but the thing is so is Zia. And I think ACKERMAN feels very comfortable fighting for these objectives. They found what they need to deal with Zane, and we've seen it. Every objective so far, every single neutral objective, Zane hasn't even forced his way in. He's worried, he's scared. He knows if he goes in there, it is a problem. So he needs Shark, he needs Hoon, he needs someone else to open up the space for him. Now though, Lord is getting worked on and Shark is trying to open up that space, but Shen and Gauskute are here to deal with Zane as Hoon and Zane work around this top wall, trying to get in, but Yureshi's also gonna zone away. There's no way in. This Lord will go to the side of ACKERMAN. Maybe the Valley will find an answer, but Zane's pinned to the wall once again, taking a bit of damage. Yureshi goes down to Basic though, some nice poke damage from the backside. So the Valley answer, they find something. Yureshi goes a little too deep there, and this could buy Valley the breath they need. It's gonna be a little bit of time until Lord comes back in 20 seconds until Yureshi is on the map. Can they pair it up? Will Yureshi be here in time for this push?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Yureshi's definitely a little bit of the weak link right now on ACKERMAN. Is getting some key plays with the Black Dragon, but again, the Valley, they're just trying to hold out to that late game, like I said. But a set on Tarzan.
Yeah, but Zia also comes in, the counterplay. Daytona's welcome does lock on a Shark there. Fried Chicken looking for something. Basic also, but the pin is there. Shark goes down. Killing spree over to Tarzan, but Basic finds Zia, who now also a little bit too deep. Zane is here to help clear things up. Tarzan able to walk away, but Lord is still coming on the bot side. The Valley making their way down there as ACKERMAN maybe rotates to the mid in the top. They just need an inhibitor. Lord has found one for them. Can they find another? Zane is going to try to clear these ways, but he's all alone. He needs to be careful. Tarzan is backed off, and it seems like the rest of ACKERMAN will do the same. How far can they creep, though, into this late game without it being too much of a problem?
I mean, it's just hard right now. As you can see that the ACKERMAN just has so many escape possibilities with so many turrets available. You know, I mean, they only have one turret down on ACKERMAN's side. So the Valley, if they can secure just one Lord, can clean up a lot of the map, and you know, that'd change some tides. But the problem is that ACKERMAN is zoning out the Valley so well. There's a set right there on the Super Shark.
Shark does get petrified there, but is able to walk away safely. So we lose some utility on the side of ACKERMAN. No more heavy spin, but they do have plenty of time until they need to use it again. Now, weak links. Yureshi, yes, doing I mean, he's not like being the playmaster, but I can argue he's doing a little bit better than Fried Chicken this game. Normally, Fried Chicken is one of the stars of the team, and he has just been punished left and right, unable to come in. No big knockups with those enhanced chains. I think for the Valley really to come out on top in this game, we need to see some of those combo CC plays. We need to see, you know, the enhanced chains paired up. We need to see Shark hit that huge wild charge so that Basic can actually get in there. Because right now, the only time Basic gets a kill is when Yureshi goes too deep.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that I'm seeing from ACKERMAN is that they're just giving the Valley breathing room, you know? They're not being super aggressive. They're kind of, you know, trying to get into bushes and get picks, but the game doesn't seem to be like a pick game, you know? They're just giving that room for the Valley to breathe, and that could be a problem.
Definitely be a problem. Basic and the rest of the team hiding out. They know Tarzan's going to start in this, and that's what he's doing. So he's just going to continue on to it. But they need to try to get the Lord, I think, to their side of this river. They want to create as much space between them and Zane as possible. Gauss Cutie also coming in. Zane trying to make the move here now. Gauss Cutie does have the heavy spin. We just got to wait for it. Waiting for the possible knockup. They're going to zone onto Zane. Daytona's welcome. Catches nothing. Zane back in. Will get pinned, but Gauss Cutie goes down. Tarzan takes the Lord, but Gauss Cutie falls. It's 5 members still up on the side of the valley, and now they're moving in. Shen will be next along with Zia. Mainhoon finds him. This is a huge wipe for the side of ACKERMAN. Tarzan all alone, and it's a 5-man wipe. 40-second death counters on the board. Can the Valley finish this game here? The tower goes down. I don't think ACKERMAN can finish this. The emotes are coming out. Zane, Shark have moved in. Immortality pops, but there's nothing ACKERMAN can do. The Valley take game 3 with a quick finish at 17 minutes.
Wow, what a comeback right there. The Valley taking it, and just that, I mean, that they lost the Lord, but full team wipe. Full team wipe. Absolutely insane there, T-Rex.
Not like this. Not like this. Not the way I wanted to see it go down. A great finish, and those are normally the exciting moments, but I want to see game 5, man. But the Valley comes out on top with a clean, you know, I kept saying it. They just need that one big play, that one big knock-up, that one big thing that makes ACKERMAN just scatter, and they came in, they executed it perfectly, and they were sitting at, what, 3 kills on the board? All it took was one team wipe for that game, G.
Yeah, and I mean, I was saying that, you know, we were both talking about it, contemplating it. It just happened to be, they were able to defend so well. A lot of the Lords that the side of ACKERMAN got just weren't, they weren't able to capitalize and utilize them to the fullest to completely crack into that base. And then that final push and into a team wipe right there, it just came into it. Looking at some of the teams in the item builds here, I mean, ACKERMAN was just looking so good, but it just comes into that one mistake. They let the Valley breathe a little bit too much for my liking.
Yeah, definitely let them breathe too much. And Basic with the MVP. Yes, he wasn't a star in the beginning of the game, but he went with 0 deaths, and towards the end, when he was able to put out that damage, was able to melt through Tarzan and Gauss Cutie, or even just like one-shot Zia practically. He came through. Not only that, but Yureshi's Black Dragon became less of a problem. He would try to go in there towards the end of the game and was just getting deleted. Now, G, take us through these replays.
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, this is where the Black Dragon came in there. Basic absolutely excelled. And I mean, here's another one. This was leading up to it. You know, Tarzan was in there, does get that the Daytona's welcome onto him, and then petrified. It did look really good for the side of ACKERMAN here, taking out Super Shark, but Basic again just absolutely killing it. And then Mobazane almost coming in and taking out Tarzan, but this is the Lord that made it or break it. I mean, ACKERMAN secured the Lord here. Tried to get the Daytona's welcome onto Mobazane, but it wasn't able to. The heavy spin on him, and I mean, Basic was just eating away. No one was into the back lines, and then this is where the team wipe happened. Fried Chicken coming in and taking down Shin, Hoon taking down Zia, and then it just kept going, and then bam, full push mid, and that was the end.
So the Valley will move on to the next phase of this bracket, into the semifinals for the upper side, right? Now, ACKERMAN not out yet. Will they make the story and come back in this bottom bracket for their revenge match against the Valley? They do have another chance at this, right? But it's definitely not going to be easy because every team down there seems hungry for the same goal. Definitely excited to see how this goes. Now, we do have Assassin Dave coming back. Dave, how do you feel about those games?
Oh my goodness. I mean, the 2 games ago, we have probably the best engage from any Grok player I've ever seen in the entire tournament so far. The 5-man knockup, and then the last game, how it ended so anticlimactic, right? Like, you have ACKERMAN taking over the entire game, and yet just one little mistake, one little impatience coming from the side of Team ACKERMAN, because Yureshi, when he was rotating back, he actually got caught by Chicken where he had to recall, and that's when Team ACKERMAN decided to take the fight full on. And I think that's the execution with there. You have a Kai painting the Belmont onto the wall, but it just wasn't enough without Yureshi's ultimate. You know, without the super dragon form that, you know, distracted backline. So with that being said, that's just, I don't know, I have too many thoughts I want to share. But Trax, any highlights that you think you want to catch your eyes?
The Grok, the Shark on the big knockup, but honestly, that whole last series was definitely phenomenal. ACKERMAN, we can't count them out just yet, but like you said, just those slight executions, if they can pull it together, they can maybe take on the gods of the Valley.
Yeah, what about you, G? Is there anything else that you want to add to this incredible series we watched today?
I mean, it definitely, we just had to keep our eye on Shark, and it just came down to one play, and that's all it took, and the Valley executed it very well.
So with that being said, guys, we do have Vendetta and the Valley will be facing off each other in a winner's bracket grand finals. And one of those teams will be going to Vegas for sure. So I'm really, really excited for the progression of the tournament tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's when we're gonna have the loser bracket. That's when you're gonna find out who will be fighting for the last spot to go to Vegas. I cannot wait to share the exciting tournament tomorrow. Make sure to jot in the calendar, like, subscribe, and turn the bell on to all notification bells. With that being said, this is gonna be wrap it up for us. Have a wonderful evening. We'll see you guys next time. Bye for now.